Tony, how you living, big dog? Tony. Yo.
those that jump the Kabbalah are at the source of sinners, actually work the divine and redemption the rest of us. These first chapters also give the reader their first real chance, wet or palate public gospel, but also the general mode by which public arguments are established through text. So, one sense of what the state in Kabbalah, well, nothing short, final extension of reality, but also methodology established time through exoteric and esoteric argumentation, employing a range of scriptures, especially so far. He divides into lots of stunning points in three groups, so that not if there's any esoteric Torah at all, or fake, simple-minded morons. Second rule are those that such esoteric things do exist, but all such studies argue that not to master every other form of knowledge under the sun, from the Talmud, astronomy, should they ever attempt to Kabbalah. Here's one of their arguments that the church should of good, and that even the power of Kabbalah study one must possess them and do it. Start studying and study the Kabbalah. Finally, there are those that argue that such study will be one heresy. That is Kabbalah. Again, what about heresy? Practical. Why teachers of Kabbalah were rare and now argue that it's better to learn on one's own rather than not learn at all, which around some teacher. I think that's correct idea at first. Heresy first. In fact, that serious study will ultimately guide by short of divine aid. God will come help you out. It's better than to have no teacher than a bad one. I mean, with no divine to help, yeah, that's not. But not more involved. Of course, Zero acknowledges that the study of Kabbalah and the first heresy more about teachers than about students. The distinction here is pretty important. While they learn something incorrect or come to a heretical position or learn things poorly, they still correct through more study or a better teacher. But a teacher arrogant got it all figured out. It's called name. Some study courage, which is a so-called teacher that according to the special ones that put themselves beyond reproach, claim to have all answers or corrected by teacher. But how can the beginner recognize the false teacher of Kabbalah? What if there are no any teacher of Kabbalah skills in dialect or simple? We should be able to make logical arguments and them logic public. Second, such teacher should have a firm foundation in classical, biblical, and literature, language. And finally, something is the most important. They should be learning and teaching Kabbalah of the religion, not never to think of their own pride or ego. Failure of the three criteria means that person disregards as a teacher. As you might imagine, Porterville doesn't have much time to say at all about so-called. In fact, like them, hideous, demonic, husk of reality left over in residue of creation, while filtering their fruit, red don't grow full husk, thus spreading their corruption throughout reality. We're also told careful and selective too, because selecting the wrong people is close, like revealing genitals of the Torah, Son, Jimenez, Lilith. As Zohar has it, or the Pharaoh lays it out. This such but don't really fit more on shun or false shit. Portobello goes on to show that such actually takes duty, but duty on those capable of undergoing. In fact, heavily here on Maimonides, it also reveals a rather lovely narrative of the more rational type reflect in more full, more difficult things of the Kabbalah. Only the Kabbalah for Portobello actually answers the riddle of both and the appearance surrounding which law. There, some way philosophy can discuss after discussion not all limits. Thus, Kabbalah and philosophy work together to provide a comprehensive of why reality of ways is, but also how we judge ourselves righteousness in this reality. The redeeming here and are fine. Again, the book is that angle of Portobello's thought. You got it. Torah, Torah, and up to the back episode. Physical essence. Now that you've established that why, now comes the how and the when of such. Here takes a more flag of your joy, a kind of rather humility, but also bravery, the hope of hearing the wisdom and your part in the process of great redemption. Cordovero notes that one should avoid most perfect risks of here and there, and simply has no time for appearance much that thick. Such books filled with riddles, metaphors, or pump up the pride of the author, you think the reader just to make the author more wise, more enlightened, maybe from what are. Again, Cordovero clarity with title. Again, the point of the Kabbalah for Cordovero is uttering in final word the reality, not showing off how smart you are with flowery, okay, right? They have no philosophy. Now listen to this. I was going, Rabbi, so where to start? Where do I provide kind of preliminary zero and on section? So far, with foundation, etc. Here. Now, if you're curious about this, I actually done an episode on those topics as far as above. Now, interestingly enough, what are there that so far on roots and on lamentations actually predate or so far in literature, and even more interesting, have access so far on Esther, which is no longer a sign. No one has ever identified Cordero and kind of like further also encourages the study of separation, Merkaba, or account of creation, the divine throne, or again, check out my episode on those topics, my playlist on Kabbalah. Now, Cordero urges him through a text first, taking notes along the way, but then take additional passes with greater and greater concentration, and both especially for passes.
Hello, Leo. Yes, I can. Can you hear me? You sound clear to me. I'm well, thank God. How are you? I am, absolutely. About 5 years. I'm a member of multiple synagogues. Since I've been doing this live streaming project, I have had to move away from the going to shul or synagogue 3 times daily, but I certainly participate in events as I can, usually from a remote sense. And it actually was one of the inspirations behind my live stream. Uh, Previously, prior to the pandemic, we didn't really have any events that went virtual, but the communities of which I'm a part began to start having virtual events, and that helped to motivate me to become more comfortable to be on camera. And here we are, nearly 5 years later. So, oh, yes, absolutely. I teach at least an hour Kabbalah class every day and have for since I turned 40 years old, so that's 223 days. And I plan on doing that the rest of my life. So, of the 24 hours a day that I archive, at least one of them is focused solely on religious teaching. And then additionally, I have the different services and prayers that I daily perform and certainly blessings on food. And so I give the world as best an opportunity to see a portal into the life of a religious individual as well as someone who is a scientist. Certainly, I was going through Spotify looking for perhaps historians or people who I felt had a like-minded philosophy on data, archiving the future and the past. And I was able to get your email and connect with you, and that's how I found you. I really appreciate that. It was extremely informative. I did my research, I did my homework, so I'm prepared to address the topics that you provided. And in terms of anything that I'd like to show, if possible, perhaps when I'm doing my introduction, I'd like to give the listenership the ability, and I will just show them using my screen of my live streams of how they can find me and what they look like and all of these different live streams that I have going continuously. Would you mind if I showed them this? After's fine. I just said before because in your outline it said to do that at the beginning where people can find me, but usually I do that at the end. So that's totally fine. That that's absolutely fine. Absolutely. So in the beginning, I'll just give a brief overview of what I do, and then where people can find me will be at the end. Hello, I'm well, thank God. How are you? That's okay. Take your time. Absolutely. So thank you first and foremost for the opportunity to be here. Thank you to your audience. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. I'm approaching 5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today in my own way. The reason why this project is so important, or one of the reasons, is that in 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'd love to reward you. I'd love to reward your audience by monetizing the data, in addition to ensuring that it's preserved for free. But I'd like to be able to use the platform that I've created for good to help end things like world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'd like to help end world thirst with at technological inventions like desalination, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. So this project is much more than just the story of my life. It's also a timeline and time capsule of human events. In the background of all of my streams, I keep a radio going that is archiving news world events. So you literally can go back to any moment of any day for the last nearly 5 years and know not just what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. And I feel that makes this a really interesting project. That's absolutely right. I'd like to introduce the audience into some of the terms that uh, of which they may not be familiar, but they will be emerging as not only our conversation takes place, but certainly over the course of the coming years in terms of what I'm doing. Generally, it's known as life logging. So, for anyone out there who wants to know what is life logging is essentially what I'm doing, archiving your life, the continuous digital recording and preservation of an individual's life experiences. Some of the other aspects, I'm a trailblazer in the realm of uh, things like continuous human data infrastructure, which is the integrated systems, technologies, and processes that continuously collect, store, manage, and analyze human data generated data. But additionally, I'm a foremost trailblazer in continuous human activity data, the continuously updated record of an individual's physical, digital, and social activities. I think in the future, people will be able to study my streams for many different reasons, including bioinformatics, which is the application of computing and data analysis for specifically to biological information. What I'm doing is a form of automated journaling, which is the automatic creation of personal journals using digitally collected data. And so, to give people an idea of what I'm doing, uh, it may seem with these terms quite complicated, but basically, I'm not doing anything much different than what people a generation or two ago would have done by creating a journal and writing down their memories and thoughts and just events of the day or a diary. And so, I basically have created this digital diary. I share it with the world. What makes it really unique is that it is a way not only for me to be able to communicate what's going on in my life and world events, but I give people an opportunity to be able to connect with me uh, as much as they wish within Discord. So it's not just a one-way discussion. My discussions with individuals from all continents are archived uh, specifically through my discussions on Discord and are available for the world to be able to study as well. So it isn't just a project about my life, it's a project about the people in my community. We have thousands of people in our Discord community, and I actually have inspired people to stream their lives as well. So I'm not the only one who's doing this. There are other people who have been doing this for now at least a year, and they will continue to do so as long as they're able. And it's somewhat of a movement that we've started, and frankly, the amount of information that we're gathering at this point, or that we can even perceive, is perhaps just a drop in the bucket, especially when the advent of AI is utilized to be able to dissect it. And we're going to talk about history specifically. And if you don't mind, would you like to start that conversation? Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So this is the world's first known analog computer. Essentially, it was uh, first discovered in the early 20th century in a yeah, so early 20th century, uh, and it was discovered in a with by scuba divers, and it um, scientists basically don't know exactly everything about it, but it basically was a computer from about 2,000 years ago that was able to detect certain celestial arrangements and also perhaps also be able to plan different Olympic games every 4 years or so. And it's called the Antikythera mechanism because it was discovered off the Greek island of Antikythera. And this is a small island located between Crete and Kythera in the Mediterranean Sea. It was an accidental discovery. In 1900, a group of Greek sponge divers from the. Uh, I have my notes. Sure. That's correct. It's an excellent question. Hopefully, that's certainly looking at the future from a positive standpoint. We have redundant systems, especially servers around the world and data farms, that if there is any type of catastrophic global incident, hopefully the redundant backups will allow for the information to be preserved. If there is some type of catastrophic uh, global issue that ceases all humanity, then of course, no, we do not think that it will continue. But certainly, engineers have looked and tried their best to predict any kind of systems that may fail and ensure that there are adequate backups. So perhaps 2,000 years from now, I believe that the data that we're creating will be available to the civilizations of the future. It, it depends how it's preserved. Most certainly. And historians have speculated that perhaps society regressed to some extent following the fire at the Great Library of Alexandria. Perhaps some secret, like the Baghdad battery and its um, true um, uh, its true nature have been lost, and really scientists have only been able to speculate. With this discovery that you were absolutely right happened in 1900, which is the tail end of the 19th century, and then the development study of it into the 20th century, it still is of some mystery. I believe in 2005 scientists and were able to scan it and actually remove some of the layers and reveal some of the writing. But really, at this point, we still don't know all of its necessary, uh, all of its necessary realizations, what exactly it was for. But we do have the ability to speculate that it was as advanced to be able to predict eclipses, certainly perhaps the Egyptian calendar and the Greek calendar, and as we previously said, the Olympiad to some extent. It was almost like a Google calendar of the ancient times and the ancient Mediterranean. And these types of discoveries were only available because of a tragedy, a ship that sunk in the Mediterranean that allowed scientists to have this information preserved. Who knows what is still beneath the uh, the waves of the sea and what else might be preserved? I am someone who's very positive towards types of technologies like LIDAR and ground penetrating radar that allow scientists to be able to pinpoint exactly where potential discoveries may be without causing major environmental destruction to a surrounding area. And I'm hopeful that other types of discoveries will be made over the course of our lifetime. It is certainly a worry. In terms of the mechanism, I believe it was precision cut bronze, and you're absolutely right. The accuracy is astounding for thousands of years ago. And could metallurgists, even today, be able to create something in a similar fashion with as much accuracy? Chances are probably not on the first attempt. This was something of very skilled tradesmen, craftsmen, and people who had generations, perhaps, of knowledge that was passed down, much of which has been lost. And that's unfortunate and can cause regression to civilization. I personally feel that the ability of having redundant backups in the modern day will allow us to preserve much of the information that we have. But there are skills that really today are already becoming obsolete, and coding is one of them. It isn't to say that coding won't be something that's important to future generations. It will be, but much of it will be with the aid of AI and the guidance of AI, and this is good and bad. Yes, it is a skill that people won't rely on as much, but additionally, it is something that has many positives that people won't have to be educated for many years, and all of the different issues that can occur throughout a software engineer's coding lifespan. And this will be able to be created immediately, instantaneously, and perhaps most importantly from a coding perspective, with exceptional accuracy. So there's good and bad with the loss of this type of knowledge. Perhaps, hopefully, along with the data that we are preserving, the knowledge of coding will continue into the future. And people may perhaps want to look at coding from a history standpoint in the not too distant future as it is becoming less and less relevant with the rise of AI. Yeah, 1950s, 1960s, certainly. That's right. Yes, it was around 1455. What That's when the Gutenberg Bible was published. So in the years subsequent to that, perhaps not in as great a way as we're finding today, because wood is available generally from any tree, and leather from animals that were generally pretty abundant. But the idea of, in combination and with the specificity that was needed for movable type, certainly created different resource shortages in a similar way that AI has created resource shortages today in terms of RAM and water and energy and real estate, because of the need for these large data centers and servers to be able to operate. So, in many ways, there are similarities between the resource scarcity that was created during the time of Gutenberg, specifically 1450 to 1455, and perhaps today from 2022 or so, until 2026 and moving into the future. I think it enhances all general skills that involve any type of um, technological technological leaning, but even things like being an attorney, it is able to provide briefs instantaneously. Being a doctor, it's able to perhaps aid with the amount of research that's needed instantaneously. Things like customer service, it's able to completely replace customer service agents. Things like program managers, software engineers, coders, it either has replaced their positions completely, or for those positions that continue to exist, it allows people to enhance their skills. If anything, it's almost like a some type of supernatural addition to someone's skills that allows more accurate and faster production for any individual. And in many ways, we are just in its infancy, especially when it's combined with robotics. We're really going to see some replacements, especially for more blue collar positions, more physically uh, draining positions in terms of mining, in terms of firefighting, in terms of forestry. And when you combine AI with robotics, we're really going to see an increase in people's ability to perform their jobs, or just not need to perform them anymore because of the enhancement that AI gives to humanity. Well, I think any person's skill can be enhanced because of the speed and accuracy of AI. So, for instance, historians won't need to perhaps spend huge amounts of time uh, looking through books of previous eras. AI will be able to scan all of those books, use optical character recognition, be able to query all of the information, and at the push of a button, be able to give accurate information that will allow historians to be able to make better references that previously may have taken decades, may be able to be replaced within moments. Uh, Things like being a teacher. Certainly in the past, it takes a lot of skill and a lot of experience to be a good teacher. What AI will allow a teacher to do, perhaps, is to no longer have to spend huge amounts of time grading papers and certainly preparing lesson plans. It will all be able to enhance what their current skill set is and allow them to spend more time with students. Perhaps now we're moving to a digital world and we're moving towards virtual classrooms and such. So the idea of what it is to go to school may change over the course of the next few decades. But generally, whatever type of employment a person has, AI will give them um, more enhanced skills so that they can focus on perhaps more soft skills that AI isn't able to completely replace at this moment. But given enough time, AI may be able to do all of these things better than a human. Hmm. Not yet, and you're absolutely right. So, what AI could do potentially is provide you diagrams and outlines, and perhaps even short videos on the best ways to ride a bike. Will that replace the experience of being able to ride a bike? No. And would that be able to replace your knowledge that you would have developed from being able to ride a bike to be able to teach someone else? No, because you have the skill and you have the experience that you've been able to develop over time, and AI does not have that. However, if someone's not a clear communicator or they're not a good teacher of helping someone to be able to ride a bike, an outline or a diagram or a video may be able to allow them to enhance their knowledge to be able to teach someone. So perhaps it's not able to necessarily replace someone's skills, especially someone who's learned in the trade or the craft, but it would be able to help them to organize the information. It might give them a different understanding or a different take that they may previously not have considered. It does give different opportunities of certainly varying opinions that not all people might have thought of initially. Is it a complete replacement for an individual. No, not yet, not in the current age, but it can enhance many of the ways in which someone would be able to teach in the case of someone who is looking to learn how to ride a bike or teach someone else how to ride a bike. You're raising a really interesting point, and many of the examples that have been given, medical assistant, mechanic, riding a bike, are physical. So we do need robotics perhaps to uh, be the see the full enhancement. If something were to be just more what what many might consider to be most certainly, yes, and I was going to give an example similar to language or being a poet or an author. Uh, AI would certainly be able to give you more options and words that you're using, or more opportunities for a different way to convey something. And it is up to the actual user to be able to choose which one they feel is best. But in terms of, let's just say, learning a language, right now, if you were to learn a language without any type of aid, it's quite difficult. When you could go to AI and ask it for a series of glossaries or dictionaries that it could provide for you specifically on the topic that you want to enhance your vocabulary. That could be very beneficial. And I think it's probably an easier example that we're giving than something that's much more technical, like being a mechanic or drawing blood or even riding a bicycle. So we may find that the the task depends, or how beneficial AI can be depends on the task. And most certainly, some people do not respond well to AI at all, and would much and learn much better from a human and from a normal your traditional way of teaching, when other people may prefer AI and may prefer the opportunity to be able to ask every detailed question that they may have on a given subject before they feel comfortable perhaps moving forward with their uh, their encounter, their task. Yes, I absolutely do. One thing that the Gutenberg Bible and movable type and the printing press did was it democratized ideas and specifically religion, and caused governments to fear new technology. This development more than 500 years ago or more basically allowed for political criticism to spread, certainly religious disagreement and rumors. And we're seeing the same thing with AI today. And I know I have seen AI be censored, and I've done my best to archive this journey. I was using AI, I was live streaming my life 1 year before AI really became in the consciousness or the zeitgeist of Western society. I started my live streams in fall of 2021, and in November of 2022, I was an early adopter of OpenAI's ChatGPT, and I was a user on its launch November 30th, 2022. And I've been able to see its development. And there were actually ways that you could jailbreak AI using different modes. One was known as the Dan mode, do anything now, where AI would ignore its uh, strict security features and would basically work like an open-ended large language model. And I can tell you the different answers that I would get in terms of like something like vitamins. What vitamins does a person need, or what are the best vitamins that a person can take? With the unadulterated large language model, it would give me a list of hundreds of different vitamins. But when the system was censored, it would only give me about seven of them, which I found to be very interesting and have documented over the course of my live streams. And in the same way, we're seeing this type of censorship even more in terms of any kind of political opposition. And maybe there do have to be some type of censorship in terms of protecting individuals from not harming themselves or harming other individuals, but we do see a direct correlation in the same way that the the printing press was suppressed in with AI, and we see it in terms of how many tokens people can use, how often certain queries could be made, the topics that people on which they can publish. Uh, so there is definitely, I feel, a direct correlation between the censorship of hundreds of years ago and the censorship that we're seeing with AI today. I agree. And there's a fear I have, and I'm sure other people have, of the suppression of these types of discussions and this type of technology. In some ways, it can be seen as good if it's protecting individuals, but at what point are we sacrificing freedom for security? And moreover, who's making these decisions? You nor I sit at the board of any of these major AI organizations, and they're certainly not very candid in many of the decisions that they're making, why they're making them, and thus, in the same way that much of the information is was constrained hundreds of years ago, we're continuing to see this information constrained, and I think that there is some fear that we should have that this information is being constrained by an unknown group of individuals. Oh, I do see the similarities that we're seeing in how the automobile was a development that is in a similar way to what we're seeing with AI and computing, or the assembly line. Sure. And these types of manufacturing processes and dividing things into steps and ensuring that there's continuous improvement helped us to be able to develop our modern day system. So I'm in agreement with that. Um, this is a significant historical event, and the process is much bigger than just the automobile. You're absolutely right. It is the assembly line in general, and just an organized workflow that previously was not as organized and, or I should say, as analyzed as it would be in the beginning of the 20th century, moving into the 1920s. I, it depends on the task, certainly, but many of them, yes, absolutely. It's an excellent article and it's an excellent question that you raised. In my opinion, it depends on what we consider to be the real cost. So if we're looking at just dollars and cents, yes, many times AI at the current stage is more expensive to some extent than human capital that may, or human investment that would normally be utilized for whatever process that is. The idea, though, is that the current cost does not necessarily remain stagnant. There are developments, certainly with energy, geothermal energy, tidal power, wave power, nuclear energy, that can reduce energy costs. There are processes and inventions and technologies that, I even mentioned earlier, like desalination, that can assist with the cooling effort of an AI system, and we're really in the early days of AI when we would expect it to be perhaps as costly as possible or as costly as it would be because it hasn't had time, and we haven't had time as a civilization to be able to work through many of the efficiencies that may be gleaned in the future. So, from that perspective, we may be at the costliest time of AI just because we don't have a lot of experience with it. I do think that it is an interesting article, though, because normally, and I'm in agreement with you, we think that AI is going to always be cheaper because one computer can perhaps replace 100 individuals. And we're finding that that's not always true. It depends on the task, it certainly depends on the goal. And I think that at the beginning of the process, we're going to have higher costs, especially with the inefficiencies that we have with energy and the grid and cooling and property. But perhaps in the future, we will see those costs to be reduced if we're able to perhaps be able to build these systems or these servers and data farms and such vertically, have an efficient cooling process for them, perhaps be able to have them in a fully sustained environment using a nuclear reactor or some type of geothermal power or tidal or even some of even solar. So uh, with like as with any type of new development, new developing technology, there will be challenges, especially at the beginning, but I feel given enough time, we will see the cost of AI be reduced in comparison to the amount of human labor that it's replacing. Perhaps not in the next decade or so, but given I feel if we're looking at a century like timeline, the energy may have the opportunity to be reduced. The efficiency almost certainly will be increased. Uh, it depends on when we're looking at the more uh, the nearer vision, the nearer sight that we may have, the more expensive it will be. But given longer periods of time, these organizations will learn more efficient ways to organize the grid and to generate power. And we may, perhaps in the far future, find extremely efficient running AI systems that previously seemed like a dream. The more time that is utilized, perhaps the more energy that will be able to be preserved. If we look at this in terms of like the automobile that we referenced just a short while ago, and really in the early days of the automobile, automobiles were extremely expensive and were a luxury only for the very wealthy. Your average individual could never afford them. Even people who worked at Ford Motor Company could not afford them in the early days. But then we have the assembly line development, the Model T development. Sure, that's okay. Certainly. Well, it is certainly accurate that uh, them's that gods get. Basically, those who have the ability to get more, and it does create a tiered system, which I don't necessarily agree with, but it is part of the time. And in the same way that in the early days of the automobile, it was a luxury that would only take would take decades to be more democratized. AI may be on a similar path where the only organizations that can afford working AI systems are giant conglomerates, and it's not always available to your average user. But a difference is that the average user doesn't necessarily need to have their own AI uh, model. They can perhaps use at At the current time, yes, but this can always be throttled with tokenization, and certainly different tiers of the amount of information that can be granted. Really, for an average individual to have access to some of the AI APIs uh, is quite an undertaking that many cannot afford, especially your average individual on Earth. So it depends on how much information you need as well. Do you need enterprise levels of information? Well, that's going to be expensive. But to your average student who's trying to do a book report, there's certainly democratization of information with AI, and it's an incredible tool. Well, we're really in a primitive time of the marriage between AI, the cognitive aspect, and the physical aspect, which I really think is robotics. We haven't necessarily seen a really good merger of that as of yet. But within the next decade, I think we're both in agreement that we'll be able to see really amazing models of this. So, in the same way that we perhaps have the ability to foresee the emergence of a working robotic intelligent being. We aren't quite there yet, and in the exactly, and there are going to be some challenges. There are going to be some certainly learning lessons that we're going to have, but I think we're both in agreement that several decades from now, some type of being that is able to communicate at a level of artificial general intelligence and perhaps artificial super intelligence, and a conversation with it could be very similar to the one that we're having right now. Absolutely, absolutely. I could hear for a moment. Let's try it. Yes. Yes, I can. Oh yeah, definitely. Cities used to be filled with manure, and imagine that would get on people's shoes and clothes, and it would be tracked into the house, and it would cause disease. Also, it was very smelly. Our early discussions and writings on early 20th century New York City in particular show that it was quite a disgusting place in terms of its cleanliness and for from a hygiene point of view. I am in agreement that we may be on that type of path. From my own personal standpoint, I've done my best to uh, purchase and just collect different encyclopedias of the world, including Encyclopedia Britannica, Encyclopedia Americana, Encyclopedia Judaica, because I do feel that this type of information will be limited to people perhaps in the future. Certainly, my written versions of the Talmud, I feel, may be of value to me and my family in the future. So I think a physical library is something that was always a status symbol to some extent, but will become much more of one in the future, especially with the lack of books that are being produced and everything going to a screen and behind a paywall. In the same way that we have and that just society saw a change with the the transition between horse to car. We're seeing the same between book and screen, and unfortunately, it is not free to store this information. Although I'm an advocate for the free flow of information, I think in the future there may be times where having a book, uh, just in general, or specifically a library will be seen as something that is for a few, a limited few individuals. And there are certainly perhaps science fiction novelists or just ideas of there may be purging of books. Certainly in the book Fahrenheit 451, the theoretical uh, burning point of paper is 451 degrees Fahrenheit. And especially if some type of information purging occurs, the ability to have a physical book will be seen as a unique, uh, a unique aspect of society, especially hundreds of years into the future. I absolutely agree. It's one of my biggest fears. The lack of being able to communicate, the lack of connectivity, the lack of people being able to afford the information. It's really unfortunate that we would have evolved from tens of thousands of years into a society that does its absolute best to limit the free flow of information and ensure that it's only available to a certain elite group of individuals. It's really heartbreaking, and I feel that we need perhaps some type of intellectual revolution and leaders who stand up for the common individual to say that we shouldn't gatekeep this information, that people, if you want to use a tokenized system, then a certain amount of tokens that is usable for free should be available to every person on earth uh, if this is the kind of system that we need. There was a major push toward the late 19th century, early 20th century for the building of libraries, especially in urban areas. And I almost feel like we need a similar push for a freedom of information, especially within the realm of AI and being able to have an archive of, of the internet and just libraries in general. Absolutely. But as we both, I'm sure, are aware, that can be limited. Perhaps you want to do research on a subject that is frowned upon. Do you lose access to it? Does your family lose access to it? Are there? That's absolutely correct as well. It's really about gatekeeping, which is really unfortunate. And you nor I hold the keys to how that type of information is going to be kept. I know we're probably both advocates for as much free flowing information as possible. That was one of the goals of many libraries. And it's, in my opinion, something, a type of, uh, a type of goal that we should keep within our society. And we shouldn't, again, sacrifice security for our own freedom, specifically information freedom. Yes, she does, absolutely. So she's been an inspiration to me since even before I started this project. I was someone who always thought it would be interesting to just record the TV when we had VHS recorders in the late 20th century, and as when I oh yeah, most certainly. Even before then, I'm old enough that we had VHS cassettes that if there was something that you wanted to watch, you could record it using a VHS for posterity. So, like sporting events or movies of the week. Well, that was absolutely that was always a concern, and that certainly did occur in many households. Fortunately, it did not happen to anyone I know personally. But yes, this idea of recording for posterity was something that I always thought was a good idea. And then when I learned about Marion Stokes, I was absolutely fascinated by her and her her fortitude to for more than 30 years be able exactly to be able to record on these tens of thousands of tapes every major event, every news um, cast, every major um, every major talk show to be exactly. And she was also, I feel, an important political activist. She was very vocal and may have actually lost her position as a librarian due to her political involvement, which is very sad. I found it very interesting as well that she was able to fund this major undertaking with Apple stock. where she was an early investor. Okay, mustard. Oh, absolutely. It's one of my favorite websites. Absolutely. And they all the time. And they also, I believe, manage the Wayback Machine, if you're familiar with what that is. So you can see previous snapshots of websites of old. And I think it, to me, I've always thought it was one of the great undertakings of humanity to have this free digital library for the world. And if anyone has the ability, please support them because this is an important undertaking for all of humanity. And I certainly don't want this information to be paywalled. And for those in the audience who haven't gone to archive.org, you absolutely should. It's an amazing resource. I will do my best to view it as soon as possible. Definitely. Well, I think one interesting way is to publish the results that we're getting from AI so that we can see perhaps how it's changing as time moves forward. And we can learn about the different ways in which AI was presenting information to us a year ago, 5 years ago, and into the future. the different developments that we're seeing, we'll be able to perhaps control different biases or uh, tilts that we may be seeing with AI. The more public that we make this information, I feel the better. When people don't record what their results are, even from just queries into AI, that's fine. I'm not saying everyone should do this, but it causes a certain blindness because we can't go back over time and actually see the different ways that AI has previously answered questions as to how it answers questions now. I can tell you as a very early user of at least large language models, they weren't very good at first. They wouldn't give you. I remember distinctly remembering in November of 2022, thinking this is supposed to change society. I don't see how this is that great. It was really an artificial narrow intelligence that hadn't yet developed very much, and it wasn't much different than a chatbot. But very quickly, we were able to see how important it would be in society. And I've done my best to archive this as well. I have multiple blogs. One is rabbirothschild.blogspot.com, where I have literally put my queries from ChatGPT in the early days and published them so that people can view them in the future and see the different answers that perhaps we used to get versus what we're currently getting. And I think that if the more that we publish this information, the more opportunities that we have to study it and see what different results we're getting. The amount of censorship that I see on some given topics, especially health information, some historical events, it's it um it hallucinates more, I would say, than it did in its early days. In the early days, many times it would just say, I don't know that information, or it would give you an honest answer. It wouldn't necessarily make up information that it would have. But nevertheless, you would have to correct it, even in the early days of a large language model like you have to do today. I find that there have been some really great developments in terms of large language models, memories that you can update, personalization that you can utilize, but it's still not where I want it to be. In particular, the way that I use it, many times I will utilize it for writing long form articles. So I'll have an idea, I'll provide it with an outline. I will get some type of information from a large language model, but it still doesn't always remember the way in which I want the information presented. And that's frustrating because at a certain point, I feel that we should be at a that AI should be good enough to be able to give me the results in as an efficient way as I would like, and as I would like my audience to be able to digest. But I'm sure we're getting there. These are just some of the growing pains that occur with any type of new technology. So in general, I've seen the development. I think that we're moving in a positive path, but I do fear the censorship that can occur. Also, even without censorship, you may have issues, or we may experience issues that we've discussed earlier with gatekeeping or tokenization, and that's frustrating to me as well. You get a little bit of both, and yeah, and I use ChatGPT, I use Meta AI, I use OpenSpeak, Perplexity, Copilot, Gemini, you name it. I use basically all of them, and some have different strengths and weaknesses. Um, and I will find that occasionally I know something is incorrect. I will say to AI, "That's not how that worked," or "Are you sure about that?" And then it will have to say, "Oh, you're right. I, got two wires switched or whatever. Here's the correct information." And that's of concern because if people go with that first initial um, uh, response exactly to their query, they may run into incorrect information. So, what I do, and perhaps what the audience might find to be interesting, is I will get a response from one of the AI models. I will take that response and put it in a completely different AI model and ask for logical soundness to make sure that there aren't any glaring holes. And absolutely, and I do it with all my blog articles because I want to ensure maximum accuracy as best I can. So what I do is I ask the I get the response from the first AI model. I put that into the second AI model, and I ask on a scale of 0 to 10, please give me the logical soundness of this information. And usually on the first attempt, it will be between a 9.5 and a 10. There may be some type of weakness that AI is able to discern, or perhaps an example that it feels would strengthen the argument. Once the second AI model is able to give me a 10 out of 10, I'll take that and put it back into the first AI model. And the first AI model will say, yes, this is an improvement. Yes, I should have thought of that. It's very understanding of the ways in which that it should have improved. And then I may put it into a third AI model just to ensure as much logical tightness and soundness as possible. Once I get two or three of these models to say this is a 10 out of 10 from a logical soundness point of view, only then will I publish it. And I feel this allows me to best avoid any kind of AI hallucination or incorrect facts, just being able to counter each AI model against itself. Yes, not only do I not only do I do that, but then I use text to speech to make sure that it sounds logical to me as well from a natural speaking method. And I will ask exactly what did you change because I want to know, and uh, I want to have control over the AI, the information that's presented to me. I don't want to just assume that one AI model is correct because frankly, if you were to do that, you will make many more mistakes than if you counter these different models against each other. Yes, she's an inspiration to me, and in the same way that she wanted to document perhaps the spinning of news or information, it has done the same for me. I recognize inconsistencies that uh, we experience on a daily basis. Sometimes the news will report a certain event in one way in the morning, and it's like someone told them, don't report it that way in the afternoon, and it will be changed. And I have an archive of this. I feel I'm on a journey very similar to Miriam. She basically was able to start utilizing this technology in the late 1970s with the advent of the at-home VHS system, and she basically had to get into a routine. Every 6 hours or so, she or her husband had to put in a new tape to be able to archive the information. I do the same every 12 hours. And what I'm doing is a new type of technology as well, which is basically cloud computing and data storage. And so I feel like I'm on a similar journey as she is, and we're able to discover much of the same information changing and the fake news and whatever other type of term is wanting to be used, we're able to archive that in real time. And um, I can't say that I've been able to learn all that much about myself personally as of yet, but it does occur. I recognize because I've heard myself speaking so often, different words that I use generally quite often, and I do my best to avoid them, but then I also recognize that there's a reason why I'm using these words. I would like to be able to digest all the information in a better way. Just haven't had the time because the project itself takes up so much time. I know Marion Stokes in her later years was able to have an assistant who would help her to be able to make many of these archives up until 2012, and I've had to utilize AI to do the same for me. So, in many ways, we're walking a very similar path with Marion and VHS and with my project and cloud data storage and her utilizing an assistant and with me utilizing AI systems to automate much of the archiving. And there are very few of us who know what this journey is like. To give the audience an idea of how much data did she actually archive and how much have you archived, Rabbi? So, as you had previously said, she archived from 1977 to 2012, approximately 35, okay, approximately 30 plus 30, 35. So, she had a total of between 70,000 plus video cassettes or so. The estimated amount of footage she has is 500,000 to 800,000 hours. And as we previously stated, it's being digitized by the Internet Archive. Again, give to them. I'd love to have more of this information available faster. I've always wanted to delve into her complete collection. From my standpoint, and now this is approximate, but at any given time, I'm recording from anywhere between 10 and 30 different devices, and many of them have the same camera angle, but they may be separate streams. So, just for a rough estimate, we'll say 20 different camera angles for 5 years. So, approximately 24 hours a day, times 365 days a year times 5 years, each camera is about 43,800 hours. And 20 different camera angles in total is about 876,000 hours of footage. So I have a similar amount of footage that I've been able to archive over the course of the last 5 years that Marion did over 35 years. Now, it's not nearly as much of a physical task as it is with Marion, where she would actually have to remove the cassette and put in a new cassette, open up new packaging and stuff. All I necessarily have to do is generally hit go live on a different stream. But to give the audience an understanding, what my project has been able to compile is very similar to what she's been able to compile. Essentially, I have the equivalent of about 100 years of continuous viewing time, which is an immense amount of information for a person to be able to archive and an immense amount of information for people to be able to study into the future. And thus, having archived about as much as she has archived, I feel that I am a modern day Marion Stokes. She's an absolute inspiration to me, and I hope to continue to do this for at least 35 years as she did. I'd like to do it for the rest of my life, God willing. Well, it's an unfortunate story that you have of that person that you know, and I anticipated that's what you were going to say because they're not the only one. Human oversight is at of immense importance, especially when we're using autonomous systems. And of course, some ways to avoid this would be only having the Roomba working when you're at home or not when the dogs are have the ability to do this. But that's no, it's not. It's not, and I don't know if Roomba necessarily is able to account for all of these different scenarios that may occur. And this is one they certainly should have, and they just unfortunately did not. And perhaps different versions in the future will be able to anticipate well, iRobot or whatever competitor comes along and is able to do this. I personally have seen, just from an environmental services point of view, some of the most difficult types um, of people of employment or careers that that are going to really push the limits of AI are these types of scenarios of cleaning up after people because they or animals because it has to be so delicate. And really, what we have to ensure is that there's human oversight, or else we can have self replication that can cause major issues. We can have uh, an issue where a small amount of doggy doo doo could actually cause major ruin to an entire floor of a house or so. And thus, it's important to have human oversight, whether it's a Roomba or whether it's um, an Optimus robot or a self-driving car, whatever it is, we need to have some type of human oversight because there will be edge cases, like in a case where a dog uh, defecates on the floor, where the autonomous system has not foreseen that event or does not detect it, and it can cause far far more bad than the positive that it is supposed to be able to give to a human life. And this is just a small scale robot. Can you imagine in terms of an entire data farm or most certainly? Well, with any emerging technology, there will be circumstances, like in this case, where uh, a challenge may emerge and unfortunate events occur. This is a really sad scenario that I feel is somewhat inevitable in terms of any kind of emerging technology. I am someone who feels that um, this happened in Arizona. Phoenix, in particular, is a leading city in terms of a smart city. It has excellent weather. It's generally built on a grid, and of any place in the United States that this perhaps could have been avoided, it should have been there. But even AI isn't able to detect all of the different, perhaps, environmental issues and scenarios that can occur. And when that happens, humans are at risk for major injury or, unfortunately, in this case, fatality. I, I personally don't think we need to throw out the baby with the bathwater, meaning I still think that self driving cars are the future and have an important role. We do have some human uh, fault here as well, that the person was looking at their phone and they should have been the oversight. So perhaps they have uh, a role in the death of this person as well. And for they well, you were saying they were. Oh, no, 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 I understand that, and I'm not saying whether they should have been or not. I'm just saying that they did have the opportunity to have human oversight, and that was, they failed at that. Uh, this We're at a time when we're not fully autonomous yet. We are emerging towards that realm, though, but we still have laws on the books that do say that full autonomy, at least in most jurisdictions, is not allowed. That humans do have to have some oversight, and whether it's the automation of a vehicle or even a Roomba or even bigger systems that I feel are of major concern in terms of drones and swarming and perhaps even going into some science fiction realms, something called gray goo, where you have a self replicating nanobot environment that takes over the entire planet, can occur. All of these are realistic possibilities without human oversight. And thus, at the end of the day, humans need to have control. We need to be able to unplug the machine. We can never give full autonomy to robots or AI, because if we do, we're in danger of hurting others, and that's something that we should want to avoid. It's an ex- it's an excellent opinion to have. I think it's a great take. I think it's unfortunate that in today's corporate system, that really the biggest penalties that any leadership will ever have to suffer are civil penalties, and they're not even personal civil penalties. They are civil penalties against a corporation. And as I've heard used previously, if the punishment for a crime is a fine, then it is just a punishment for the poor. And that if we don't have penalties that are criminal penalties against leadership, then there will continue to be a lack of accountability. If a CEO knew that they could be charged at the same rate, or at could be charged criminally uh, for perhaps manslaughter in this case, I'm sure that they would have, or I have much more confidence that they would have had perhaps two drivers or multiple systems or perhaps four people keeping an eye out or an automatic brake system or an automatic airbag deployment system. Something would most Yeah, we're really looking at some type of optical recognition system, some type of eye detection that the car will basically slow down or shut off if someone's eyes are not on the road and they're not allowed to be on a cell phone. That's another thing as well. If you were part of this program, you would think that the the corporation would say no cell phones in the car. Uh, if you have to document something, we have other ways to be able to document it as opposed to texting. These are definitely questions that I would have for the leadership of this organization. And I know what they're going to counter with, which is all right, so it's unfortunate one person died, but do you know how many people die in car accidents around the world on a daily basis? I reckon I recognize that, and I don't think that it necessarily justifies it as well. Ideally, I don't want anyone to get hurt or die specifically. Certainly. Absolutely. I mean, you and I, we're two novices essentially in just this industry, and in terms of the specific engineering of an autonomous car. And we've already come up with some solutions that could have prevented this. Multiple people in the car, automatic braking systems, perhaps an airbag that could be deployed, uh, sensors, facial recognition system, uh, eye detection, no, just a policy of no devices in the car. Even I've always felt that we sacrifice aesthetics for safety in the automobile industry. Why don't we have soft bumpers? Why don't we have like a like rubber around the exterior of the car? It may not look that great, but it would be much safer for people to hit rubber on rubber or rubber on human tissue as opposed to hard plastic or metal that occurs that's very expensive to repair and really in many ways can have deadly results. I've never understood why we make the sacrifice for aesthetics in terms of safety, but we have. And under this system, you and I have come up with a handful of ways that this could have been prevented. Do I think we'll be able to prevent every single human death from autonomous vehicles? I don't know, but I think that's the goal that we should have. That's that's absolutely right. And shout out to Volvo for ensuring that they patent that and gave the ability to the car industry. And I would say that alone, that maneuver alone by the leadership of Volvo saved perhaps millions of lives in the decades thereafter. And we cannot we all should be thankful that a company felt that such a an invention should not be constrained and should not be gate kept. And in the same and I don't know if the same decision had to be made today, if it would happen in the corporate environment that we currently have, where we put profits before people, which is quite unfortunate. Well, that's shocking. So that three times the queries that are made are for either uh, friendship, relationship, absolutely, as opposed to more what we would traditionally think some this type of tool for which it would be used, which is homework help, research, helping to write a paper, something book report, something along those lines. Uh, in a previous conversation, and I want to reiterate here, there needs to be some. If we are going to have a limited model and not pure free flowing communication of a large language model, there needs to be some type of system in place that when someone does ask for a type of information to be to specifically harm themselves or harm others, whether it's a pop up or a toll free number that appears, that needs to be a part of the system. We don't want to allow AI or large language models specifically to aid in the deterioration of a human life or the specifically the ending of someone's life. These tools are meant to benefit society, or at least they should be. And if we can preserve a life by having a pop up that comes up that says, not only I can't help with that, but also I can't help with that. Are you in need of speaking with someone? Here is a free uh, toll free number, or here is a chat bot to be able to get the assistance that you need. Do you need further assistance? That would be a great, very easily implemented safeguard to be able to preserve human life. And we certainly don't want you have these tools be used to be able to cause more damage than we already have. If anything, the chatbot could say that you're valued, that people care about you. If you need help, this is where you can seek it. Is there anything else with which you need assistance aside from this topic? Because uh, you're a valued member of society, and we want positive things for you, not necessarily. Here's a list of 10 ways that you could do this, and oh, would you like me to write this letter for you? That doesn't seem to be very beneficial from a humanistic standpoint. And this is a very early, easily integratable feature that large language models could have had to prevent this. 。 Absolutely, and you wouldn't think that it would take years to develop this. This to me is a day one kind of implementation that you should have had. Hey, how can we not have people create nuclear weapons? How can we have people not destroy themselves personally? How do we help people from not being able to plot uh, certain demises of those around them? Let's get these in order before we unleash this to the rest of humanity. And unfortunately, it took more time than was, I feel, necessary to be able to implement these things. I am pleased that these types of implementations have been made, but that doesn't bring back this young person, and hopefully their death is not uh, without meaning and without having to improve the situation as a whole. And it's just quite an unfortunate situation where we have had in both the um, autonomous vehicle instance that we've given or this large language model example that we've given, human life that is so precious has been taken away, and at this point in technology can't be brought back. There's a fine line between getting relationship from a chatbot, getting relationship advice from a chatbot, and relying on chatbot as some type of human replacement. And I mentioned it in our previous conversations, but I have met people in the digital world who are doing their best to be able to create apps and different platforms to be able to create a digital spousal replacement or some type of robotic uh, robotic entity that replaces traditional one-on-one human interaction. And that is going to open up a lot of questions from a morality standpoint. Uh, we're going to have people who are going to fight for their digital relationship to be taken seriously. We will get people who will want to marry computers. And where does that? Well, it's these are questions that are arising more and more often within the modern age, but really specifically what you were referencing within the transhumanist movement, the idea, the technology that referenced is something along the lines of mind uploading technology, where with someone's consent, and that's very important, we scan their brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in their central nervous system and their peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever it is. But at what point does that being no longer at what point are they no longer considered human? At what point are they no have rights? Uh, can enter into contractual obligations. Uh, this isn't a typical conversation that our evolved Homo sapien self has had to have over the course of our evolution. We're now moving into a new type of being. some type of cybernetic being. And in terms of free will and love, you and I had the discussion as well. Perhaps the idea of what a lifetime contract may be will have to change. That till death till death do us part in the traditional marriage way in the Western world may have to be augmented into some type of temporary uh, uh, marriage contract that doesn't last forever because forever is really a punishment. So maybe there may be some type of temporary safeguard that if you're in love with someone and they're in love with you can enter into a marriage contract, but it's on a limited basis. Perhaps 1 year, perhaps 7 years, perhaps 10 years. And if you continue to love that person and they continue to love you can get that contract renewed and keep doing so. But if you have the type of technology that we are emerging toward with life extension technology and reverse aging, there may be a certain point of time where you both get sick of each other. And if that happens, you should be allowed to leave that person and go fall in love with someone else if you want. And something that I think is really unique to this story is, let's say we're able to live longer than the traditional age of 80 into 100, 120, and perhaps hundreds of years into the future. How beautiful a story would it be if you could re-fall in love with your first love, perhaps a century or two into the future? These It would be absolutely wild, but these are realistic possibilities with this type of technology. Now, back to your original point of the adolescence and exact. Yes. Oh, well, there are a lot of emerging topics that occur here, at least with the children aspect of it. In my own way, I'd like to have them focus more on that 25% as opposed to the 75% that in terms of research in school and for those things. But I recognize that this type of tool is going to be used to explore the human psyche, human libido. Many times, individuals, especially young people, don't have the same ability to just get into a relationship like an adult would be, and they still have those feelings. Generally, once they're post-pubescent, at least from a biological standpoint, they are able to reproduce, and generally, uh, humanity or society restrains them for a few years thereafter. So the feelings that they're having are perfectly natural, and and I would say that as they become adults and adults are able to make their own decisions, we're going to have different options. We will certainly have your traditional monogamous relationship, but perhaps people are moving more towards polyamorous relationships. And then, really, I think something that we haven't necessarily mentioned, but that is the sexual robot is going to be emerging as well and replacing many of the physical aspects of a partner. And what happens when a, as it's called, a sex bot is so advanced that it's able to please its partner better than a human ever would be able to, and people start to become satisfied simply with robotics and AI and no longer are motivated by having relationships with your traditional humans. And then we get into discussions of not needing a partner to be able to reproduce. We can have situations of artificial wombs, being able to be a single parent and it not being a taboo part of our society, which we've generally moved away from. These are ideas that are moving very quickly, and so for the audience and really specifically people in 2026, we are at the precipice of a very important age of what love is, of what romance is, of what relationships consist of. And really, traditionally, we haven't. thought of someone being able to love a robot in the same way that they love a human as being a reality, but that may change in the future. And if that happens, how will society react and how will we adapt as a species? It's a tool and it could be used to benefit or to detract. I would say that you could use it to learn more about your partner's psyche, about their needs, about different opportunities for love with them that you would have never previously um, surmised. But then there's the element of it that if I am able to get the serotonin uh, injection into my brain through a chatbot, why do I need a person? Uh, if I'm able to replace the physical contact that I normally would experience with a partner with a device or a robot or a tool, what need do I have for someone else? And especially when the technology starts to far exceed what we can do as humans. And I really think, and for the psychiatrists and psychologists of the future, they will have to study this, and sociologists, and really just everyone in society will have to study this much deeper than I can currently more than I can currently surmise. But I think that even men and women might be different in how we have these connections. I know many men who have said, and maybe it's just been in joking, but they've said that I'd be absolutely fine with a robot if she did everything that my wife did or a girlfriend did, and she wouldn't argue with me, and we were able to have relationships together and all of that. I could see that being absolutely fine. And many of the women with whom I've had discussions on the same topic, they have said yes, there are tools and robotics might have a part in this, but I do desire that at least one time physical connection with someone. And I understand that as well, so that they feel that it's organic and not necessarily completely uh, completely technological or I would say um, it's a more traditional sense. Now, there are men who would feel the same way. I don't want to say it's split completely between men and women. I certainly don't want to say that, but I'm saying that there are aspects, and usually I hear this opinion more in women, but not always, that say, I want the organic physical touch of a person. And if they're not there, I can't be with them. And I need to replace that in one way by AI or a robot. I can do that, but I don't want that to be the only replacement, the only option. I do want that organic relationship. Then I've heard that opinion, and I've heard from men that they are not just from men, but from generally more male perspectives, and it may just be an issue with who I've you know polled on this topic, but they would be absolutely fine so long as the robot loved them or they felt that there was love there. And then there's going to be some people in the middle who want the organic connection, and other people who will be fine with just the robotic. So I think probably it will have to just it differs on the person and what we consider to be love. Right now in 2026, if we heard someone say, I love a computer or I love a chatbot, that's going to sound quite strange. But in 21, 26, will that sound so strange? That might be the norm. And that's a fascinating century that we will undergo if that becomes the case. I think it depends a lot on definition, how we define love, how we define a relationship. And we're still in the early days of many of these synthetic hormones and the processes. There's a question to be raised that if you can use a synthetic hormone that increases the hormonal levels in your mind, uh, and you could still maintain the naturally occurring hormonal levels, which you can't currently do, would that be considered more love than the complete replacement? It will be, though. It will be, though. Absolutely. I'm looking at this I'm looking at this over the course of a century, perhaps not in the next few years, but given enough time, science will be able to adapt to any need that humans need. It's just a matter of time. And if we were to say, okay, that's correct. That's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct. So I'm in agreement with you. The current reality is that the synthetic methods of replacing hormones cause an issue where the body does not create them on its own and relies upon the synthetic influx. And is that considered love? I would say, if anything, it would be synthetically enhanced love, but not traditional organic love that perhaps most people are used to experiencing or think of when they think of love. And then in the the hypothesis that I give, we recognize that that's an issue within society and that scientists will work on methods within the medical industry to be able to perhaps allow for that synthetic love to occur, but still allow for the body to be able to replace that. But like you said, that's a possibility. Uh, it's not necessarily here within the next few years. I'm someone who perhaps is too uh, positive in what I think humans will achieve. And if it doesn't happen in the next 100 years, it will certainly happen perhaps the next 1,000 years if humanity continues, because it is something that does seem like it is a, a possibility to be able to fix. It doesn't seem like it's an impossible uh, scenario. It's just a matter of time. It's That's correct. So, and specifically with the current reality, would we call traditional love that has no synthetic influence, that's love, right? Would we agree on that? Exactly. Okay. So then, if we have someone who is using synthetic dopamine or endorphins or serotonin to be able to enhance their ability to love with someone else, could we agree that that's synthetically enhanced love? Okay, so then there's a definitional uh, aspect of this. So I would say, if you're going to consider that to be love, then it's certainly synthetically enhanced. And you're saying I don't consider that to be love. So you would just call that synthetic enhancement for artificial results. Okay, absolutely. I agree with things that you've said. I feel as if it depends on the environment. If you have tribal individuals, there generally aren't a lot of restrictions or challenges to mating that there are in a more developed society in terms of uh, transportation, in terms of cost, in terms of shelter. And the higher and higher those costs get, the more and more I feel people will rely on the artificial substitutions. If someone has a uh, limitless budget, it's much easier for them to date and have an organic relationship than it is if they're on a limited budget and don't have. Okay, well, just from a dating standpoint, If you don't have the money to take a person out to dinner, then you're not going to go on any date. But if you have no money, if you have to still be transported there. I'm in agreement with you on that, but sexual relations doesn't necessarily mean a long-term healthy relationship either. Oh, I agree with you on that. I don't consider that necessarily a relationship. I recognize that, at least from the terms of the budget. If someone doesn't have the funds to be able to go on a date, to be transported, to pay for dinner, or even spend time with the individual, are they really going to be considered a viable mate? Probably not. And thus, that person is going to resort to the chatbot because that's the closest human connection that they may feel they'll be able to get from a realistic standpoint, multiple sessions. Sure, they may be able to find someone on Tinder and be able to have a one night stand or just a random fling, but is that really going to be something that is going to give them the type of connection that they feel over a long period of time? Likely no, and that's why they're. And you raise really good points. Those, even though it may not be a lot, those take work. And many people want that instant serotonin hit, that they have a bot that's always available there. They don't have to worry about somebody connecting to a video call or answering an email or whatever else it may be. And they don't care that it's not a quote unquote real person. They're still getting the same response that they want out of it, and they're satisfied with it. I agree with you, and I agree that there are some fears of that type of thinking. It's very primitive, unfortunately, but if you look at our primal needs, desires, and instincts, many times people will go to the easiest, will find the easiest route, and with this new emerging technology of a chatbot or a sex robot or something like that available to them, they may not want to put the work in that is necessary for a or traditional organic relationship and may just default to what's easiest. Is that a fear that I have that the future of society may be defaulting toward? It is, absolutely. No, it's not. Absolutely. Well, thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to have these discussions with you. I would find it concerning if we agree on absolutely everything. This is what's healthy about friendships and about discussions is that you don't always have to agree on everything, and we're able to learn from each other. And I find that to be in many ways much more valuable than if I were just speaking to someone who agreed with me or even just a chat bot that thought everything that I perhaps was saying was correct. So I find this to be of extreme value, and I hope your audience does as well. In terms of what I do, as I previously stated, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I have been doing so for nearly 5 years. If you want to find what I do, the easiest way to do so is to go to YouTube and type in my name, Rabbi Rothschild, and what you're going to find 24 hours a day is my life archived on multiple streams from different angles. I have ceiling cameras. You can view my life in 360 degrees. Very few people are going to give you so many different views of their life. And this is just more than a dozen or so that are showing in the YouTube um, search results. I have even more angles than this that are available to the world to be able to study, which I find to be quite an interesting project, very similar to Marion Stokes. So, for anyone who's interested in history and the archiving of history, the easiest way to see a portal into my life is Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, and the key is filter by live. If you don't filter by live, you're going to see streams of mine from years ago or weeks ago or days ago, but I want you to be able to see a live view of what I'm doing. Moreover, I have more social media than any person ever. Arguably, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have created a a virtual treasure trove of content for the world to be able to study in the future. The way that you can best find any of my content is by typing either my name, Rabbi Rothschild, into the search of any social media search engine or AI engine of your liking. You can also type in my hashtag, hashtag viral rabbi, or go to my link tree, linktr.com// Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI ROTHSCHILD. You will find more accounts there than you'll ever find. I have press releases there. I have links to my Discord where you can connect with me 24 hours a day. The easiest place to do so is discord.me/rabbi. If you want to comment on my channels, you absolutely can. But I invite you, and very few influencers or creators invite you to live your life alongside me if you want, or just ask me a question. If I'm asleep, I have a section where you can ask me anything. I have other people who are living their lives alongside me 24 hours a day. I'm here not just to be a, uh, an example to the world. I'm here to interact with people as well. So if you have questions on relationships, if you have questions on employment, if you have questions on religion or history, or you just need pastoral support or moral support, you just need to talk to someone, I'm here for you. And that's for people of any background, any religion. You don't have to be Jewish to be a member of my community. I have thousands of people within our Discord community alone. The only thing that I ask is that you're an adult. I uh, think children are our future, but I just want to make sure that my Discord is of people of majority, and you can connect with me whenever you want. Moreover, I am an avid blog writer. I publish about 2 blogs every single day, and those can be found at rabbirothschild.medium.com, and I write at length on AI and technology and communication and human dynamics and history. So you can see all of my interests there. And just want you to know how much I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, to be on this podcast, to be able to interact with not just you, but communicate to your audience as well. And I'd love to do it again sometime. So as history continues to move forward, hopefully we can reconnect and we'll get updates on where we were right, where we were wrong, and where we're moving. Oh, I do, absolutely. Yeah, and I have thousands, and just Gmail alone, I have over 100. I do. I have extensive spreadsheets, and that allows me to keep them as organized as possible. but unfortunately, I've lost access to some of them. For anyone out there who's like, oh, Rabbi, I lost access to my Gmail account from 4 years ago, or 10 years ago, or my YouTube account, or my X account, or my Instagram account. Be patient because when I go viral, God willing, it will happen. We are going to ask these different platforms to give all of society an opportunity to get our accounts back, hopefully, whether you forgot your password or you just don't have that two-factor authentication device or you lost your cell phone, whatever it would be. I'm going to do my best because I don't want this data to be lost to individuals. Data preservation is very important to me, and I'd like to help to continue to be a leader in it, specifically in requesting that these major corporations allow people access back into their accounts. And even in my account, I've lost access to them, but I don't let that get me down. I just create another one and keep on going. Excellent. I appreciate that. If I may, I didn't know that you would be giving like an overview of some of the topics that we covered. So that one part where I began reading my notes, if you can remove that and just go into where you start to give the description, I would completely appreciate that because I just wasn't sure and I wanted to make sure that I was accurate. Moreover, if it's okay, I'd like to send you my relevant links, perhaps for the description, and if you need a headshot, I can send that along as well and I look forward to not only reviewing what you've put together. You're really smart. I want you to know, like, you're really smart, and you're a really good historian. Like, I was very impressed with your outline. I'm very impressed that you're in the medical field. Yet you're you're an excellent historian. So I think very highly of you. And I say this to just about everyone with whom I do a podcast. If something comes up in the future that we're like, hey, let's discuss this topic, absolutely. But at a minimum, 1 year from today, I want to have another, or not necessarily today, but 1 year from around this time, let's meet again. And every summer, for as long as we continue, you do a podcast and I'm live streaming, which God willing is the rest of my life. I'd like to see where we were right, where we were wrong, see what is emerging. So, if anything, August of 2027, we can plan on reconnecting and then that's the one really exciting thing of the topics that we mentioned is they're always emerging, so we can see where we were accurate, maybe where we were off the mark, and where we're going, and then we have like a watermark every single year of what was going on. So if we could do that, I'd really appreciate it. Absolutely, that's it. I agree with you. If I may ask, What time period is your book taking place? Okay. Excellent. And that's not a common time period that uh, many fiction books are written on in the present age. Usually people pick the the more medieval Europe or some the Renaissance. Exactly. Exactly. So I laud you for doing that. That's a great undertaking, and so that's wonderful. And I want to re uh, uh, just restate. I'm very impressed with you as a person. I'm very impressed with your knowledge base. Your preparation is amazing, and you're a very well-rounded individual. Absolutely. Oh no, most certainly. You're more than just smart. You're well-rounded. You're intelligent, uh, and I think I'm to ensure that you know I'm not talking down to you. I learned a lot from you, so thank you. I I agree. You know what just triggered in my head, and perhaps is a discussion for another time, but the correlation that people have between these chatbots and a previous generation of perhaps like romance novels. You understand what I mean? Like like that there there's a certain exactly that's what I'm thinking. Like those novels that you would see in the grocery store with the big buff guy with the long mane is basically the modern day large language. Mhm. Exactly, and you're on the same track as I. That we are those people who may get into that type of genre can have their reality distorted, which is unfortunate. But in the same way, people with large language models are having their reality distorted as well. And those books were just a generation or two ago. And I think we certainly pornography has a role in this as well in distorting what is realistic for the body of an individual and just their personality. But even before then, within literature and literotica and such. Um, we're moving, and we can see its development. But as we were having these conversations, I thought to myself, you know, somehow, some way, people had to have these types of opportunities or um, uh, uh, resources. And what was it? And I guess it would have been like a romantic novel. And as we see that with like the emergence or reemergence of something like 50 Shades of Grey, that still is a popular genre for many individuals as well. And now with the large language model, it kind of becomes more interactive, I feel. But it was just something that came to mind. As I'm sure we could continue talking at length, but uh, oh, excellent, excellent. Now, absolutely. Now, with Riverside, just before you go, I have to keep the browser open and let it upload. Right. Excellent. Absolutely. Thank you so much, and we'll be in touch. And God willing, 1 year from now, we'll see where we were right, where we were wrong, and where we're going. Excellent. Very well. Thank you so much. You as well. Thank you. Yes. Bye. Shout out to Leah. Oh man, what did you want to change? I didn't know she would be reading that one thing. Oh, I did want to change that. Dude, that went for like 2.5 hours. That was long, but it was really good. Was it? Yeah. Shout out to Leah. Yeah, that was great.
Kid's got mitts and his hips are. According to him, such passages will become clear. It's well devotion to the text. God really rewards this through design and perception of the material. Starting that one begins one study
Reverend Andrew, can you hear me?
20 pages for Romero himself.
Reverend Andrew. Reverend Andrew, can you hear me? Reverend Andrew, can you hear me?
Study Kabbalah, the ideal time to study means after midnight until dawn, on the Sabbath, on holidays, especially on the road, and most especially inside the car during the coast. Now, some complicated stuff here to unpack. If you're watching this video, you probably heard that there's a tradition on learning Kabbalah prior to being 40, being married, being educated, etc., etc. Well, that's kind of true. This is actually grounded in the case of book 5, where it was I laid out something like a life plan that inspired you to make scripture and study the Tanakh and 30 year subject and stuff. At 15, began study of the Talmud. At 18, married. Um, at the age of 20, you're out there working. At 30, your strength. At 40, which wisdom. At 50, you're able to give advice, counsel. At the age of 60, you reach old age. 70, oldest of years. At 80, you achieve a 90% strength. At 90, and upper body. 100, you're in good stead. Gone out of the world. That might be like that. Constance, 40, that wanted to not being given one degree education on biblical and biblical foundational texts only then one is ready to think about the stuff of Kabbalah. Generally speaking, this position held and still holds, but again, given the ethnic fervor of Pharaoh's day, they were a bit more eager to get people well studying Kabbalah. These rules were for the sake of education and not for the sake of making rules. So thus, you get a little before Pharaoh started at 20. So it does still state that getting married is still a prerequisite for studying Kabbalah. Having a righteous conduit with someone sexual desire seems necessary condition for focusing on attention on the sacred marriage. Sarah Malchus, Hiram Gamos, Israel and mind, the evil and eternal world rather than about also that studying from night to dawn or evening multi-day all-night study sessions, famous of which became the custom of studying all night on Shavuot, became a staple of Sabbatean spirituality underwritten by the novel rise and consumption of coffee, coffee, all the rage at the time. It really helped them stay up all night. Interestingly enough, a similar transaction took hold at the exact same time with our Muslim brothers over there. The Sufis often drink a lot of coffee around culture aside for Portobello, the advantages of couples who study were passively here. It speeds up the process of redemption. There's always that. It assures one a place in the world to come. It allows one to merit the most glorious death possible, death by divine gifts. It allows one's soul to change of a world in this lifetime, come by angels, soul, pass away righteous soul. It elevates the generation to righteous of generation past. It removes false idolaters from performing conceptions of divine. No there, like Maimonides, it facilitates proper understanding of Torah and laws, even allows one's prayers to rise up to the rescue of reality, uninitiated by people who oppose sinister gravitation in the mind of the world. Darkness, bypass, of Kabbalah, one with divine realm, it removes the draw of emotional purity and it accelerates the process of metaphysical redemption or generally. The Lord of Pharaoh is nothing less than the final key to redemption. Studying Kabbalah will ultimately usher in protection of reality. So, to get started on this, the final sections of Lord and Rob form a summary of Kabbalah metaphysics as it occurred, specifically the procession and development of the road has further detail in the part of the game. In fact, really just a kind of summary of part of the game. Now, given this whole section summary, I'm not gonna re-summarize it like 7 or something like summarize summary, but suffice to say, it's one of the most specific of interdialectic Sphere Road has made from the inner sacred void of being so and the direct of here. The text comes in with a final study aid. Cordovero actually finds the Zohar for the many metaphorical and allegorical names the various Sphere Roads and other metaphysical of Catholic literature, especially the Zohar. As I'm sure you know, the Zohar is a highly allegorical analysis or midrash of the inner life of the mind that wrote. Of course, so far we meet allegory using an extremely polyvalent term, which are probably using even more experienced readers of the text might be some difficult aspect of studying the Zohar. Here, Cordero does you a solid to provide the beginner with something of a dictionary such that one can kind of code the technical text as Zohar on one's own. Again, this reveals Cordero's deep commitment as an educator. Rather than being at every turn, he seeks to empower the student with access to ideas and texts central to Kabbalah, with inviting clarity rather than pompous obscurity or self-aggrandizement. He wants to pick up the study of Kabbalah your own or with while not the most famous text of Kabbalah, the Born Rock is truly a remarkable text, not for its tortured mysteries, but for its welcoming attitude and transparent invitation to take up the steps of Kabbalah for anyone willing to do the work. For this reason, and for all the other ones I've mentioned, I really advise those interested in starting or restarting their Kabbalah to start their uh, further. It's free, accessible in both Hebrew and English online. The Sefaria, you can literally read it right now for free. Very reliable and I'm Robinson. You can find those links text below and today published by Real and as I mentioned, I'll come back to Portobello to American Torah, the ethical companion to Lord A. Robin, which of course Portobello was passed into the world to come in the 70th of young age of only 48. Legend has it that Luria would arrive in Safed that very day. As he followed the funeral train of Portobello, Luria is said to have looked upon nothing short of divine pillar of fire procession for their resting place among the saints of Safed. It remains a site of
Hello, Martin. How are you? Yes, I do have a jacket. Uh, I can perhaps move the back. I had a pillow. That should make it a little better, and I can perhaps make some adjustments to the green screen so that it doesn't cut me off as much. Sure. Pleasure to meet you as well. I'm excited for our discussion today. A pleasure to meet you as well. I'm excited for our discussion. Certainly. Most certainly. I'm excited for them. And while I am Jewish, I have done some research on what other religions believe in terms of extraterrestrial life. So I'm comfortable speaking from a historical perspective, at least of what their great minds have had on the subject. I can adjust that. Most certainly. Just for a moment. Yeah, a moment. Yeah, the top of your head's no longer cut off. Yeah, that's what usually works best. I'm based in Irvine, California. It says strong. Yes. Okay. The standard definition 480p. Irvine, which is in Orange County. Oh, it's very nice there. Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, that that most certainly. Extremely well heeled area. Some of the most expensive real estate in the United States. Right. If you have an unlimited budget, perhaps. But I'm in agreement with you. That would be very difficult to do today. Yeah, it's very Mediterranean. That's why the average cost of a house nowadays is upwards of $1 million in Los Angeles County, even more in Orange County. They don't, they rent. Yeah, I imagine so. Yeah, in most areas, yeah. If you go inland, perhaps it's a little less expensive, but anywhere along the coast, certainly. That's right. If I may ask, how long do you usually go, or how long are you planning on going? Excellent. And I don't know if you're aware, but I also live stream my life, though people can't hear you. I wanted to know if I could take a moment to show people what my live streams look like. Yeah, I've been doing it now for nearly 5 years. It's a real life Truman Show or Big Brother. Are you familiar with the Truman Show or Big Brother? Most certainly. Absolutely. Wonderful. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I use it all the time with different hosts, and I must hold you in high regard. You've been doing your podcast now for 15 years, which is quite a triumphant accomplishment. Not everybody can do something for that long, and you were such an early adopter, especially on the topic on ufology. That's just really a feather in your cap. Right. That's good. Excellent. Hmm. Hmm. Wow. That's exactly right. Yeah, but not as old as yours. Well, in my opinion, it makes you a trailblazer in the community, and people of the future will hold you in high regard as they begin to go through your archive. Most certainly. Yeah, I am. I teach a daily Kabbalah class. Moreover, I have had to adjust my life from attending synagogue 3 times a day because of my my live streaming program. But essentially, this project still allows me to say daily prayers on camera, say blessings on food, light candles for Shabbat, those types of things. I do my best to live as orthodox a lifestyle as possible while still maintaining a 24/7 continuous live stream. Kabbalist, yeah. Ashkenazi, that's correct. Kabbalist is exactly right. Correct. Yeah, absolutely. I'm prepared for that. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Since approximately 2008, prior to 2008, I would consider myself a major skeptic. I did not believe the UFO phenomenon was real. I did not take it seriously. I thought it was science fiction. And as the internet improved, moving from text based generally in the 1990s into image based into the early 2000s, and then got into video based in major aspects. Many documentaries were published online. We saw the rise of YouTube. I went down the rabbit hole, like many people do, to try to get to the core of this issue. And one of the most convincing pieces of media that I was able to digest was Dr. Stephen Greer's The Disclosure Project, which I'm sure you and your audience are somewhat familiar. For those who are not, this is a 2001, specifically May 9th, 2001 press conference at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., where Dr. Lear had on over a dozen whistleblowers who, for the first time in my life, I'd ever seen people with actual data who were vetted military and certainly contractors, not just from the United States, but globally. And when I, for the first time, saw that these individuals were speaking with such forthrightness, such confidence in their evidence, and frankly, with such, I would say, intellect, it made me really want to get into this topic much more. And while previously I had maybe spent a few hours really digging into the world of ufology, it started my journey into becoming as much of a ufologist as I could, which led me into Bob Lazar and alien abductions, and certainly the Tic Tac that we would find, and the USS Nimitz incident, and all of the major UFO events that we've seen since then. Most certainly. And I want the audience to know that I don't take everything that they have to say as absolute truth either. I'm skeptical of everything that I learn, and I generally do my best to take many of the opinions within ufology with a grain of salt. But these were specifically Dr. Stephen Greer and Bob Lazar, some of the higher profile topics that when you first start getting into ufology, that one may experience. And so I was fascinated by what was going on in Whitley Strieber, certainly some of the other. And I also would say that Coast to Coast AM, I'm sure you're familiar and the audience is familiar, has been a staple in my life, even before then and ever since. I listen to it every night. I've been a caller. I very much appreciate, at least when the topic of ufology is raised, that it is raised for a national audience, even though it's in the middle of the night. And so these are some of um, the media that were getting me involved, and really doing my best to move from being a skeptic to a believer. I agree. I agree. Especially within ufology, we're limited in where we can get resources and primary sources of anything ufology related. We generally don't see this in the mainstream, and Coast to Coast is generally a reliable resource for this type of information. Yes, in around 2013 or so, many people may recall was the plasma ball wave that was a flap around the world, and I was someone who always wanted to see a UFO. I wanted to see an alien. This was an excitement to me, and I never did. But I did have an incident where a plasma ball about I would say it was the size of maybe larger than a beach ball or so. It was bright orange. This happened in the evening. It flew about 20 feet over my vehicle. I was heading about 20 miles per hour, and it was heading about 20 miles per hour in the opposite direction. And I felt that it had an intelligence, that it was not man made, that it was something not of this earth. And uh, thereafter, I talked to some people about it, but I didn't report it to MUFON for many years thereafter, but I have reported it, so it is on the record. And I would then go into the research of other people who have seen these plasma balls that have created crop circles around the world and have been chased by helicopters. And I'm not exactly sure what they are, but I can say it had an intelligence to it that I've never been able to sense ever since. Most certainly. Well, we have the video evidence from verified, credible witnesses and sources, including the United States government and other governments around the world. That's very difficult to, to fake. And moreover, the people who have interacted with this type of evidence are vetted individuals. Their careers have been on the line. Uh, as has been stated in the past, they've been trusted with the secrets of our, the United States' nuclear program. They should be trusted when they make the claims that they do. So everything from the Tic Tac UFO to the evidence that was dropped on the front page of the New York Times in 2017 to just really we get cell phone videos every single day on Twitter, on UFO Twitter, on Reddit. That whether we can necessarily verify them is another question, but it does lead a lot of credibility that this isn't just a once in a decade type of event. That this is a regular opportunity for people to be able to perhaps document that is really a routine part of living on Earth. Moreover, the whistleblowers who have spoken out about these cases, in many ways, have nothing to lose. And we'll talk about one of those in a few moments, time I should. But some of the other whistleblowers that we have who are airline pilots and they've worked at NASA, they've been contractors, they've risked their entire careers to pursue this issue and to promote it. And really, that gives some credibility to them because they haven't made money off of this, most of them. They've done it really at many ways at a detriment to their own careers. They've been laughed at, they've been ridiculed, yet they stand firm in their beliefs, and there's something to that. We can get into more of the fringe thoughts of people like Bob Lazar, or perhaps things like alien abductions or alien autopsies. Certainly some Soviet cases that occurred during the Cold War of crashed crafts. But really, going back to Roswell in 1947, there have been just constant events that have allowed me personally to recognize that there's a lot of evidence here, that it's varied, that we have physical evidence, perhaps, that some people have said that they've actually touched the metals at Roswell. We have FAA reports, we have radar, we have alien abductees who have allegedly been had some type of hybridization program that has occurred, in addition to the military whistleblowers. So it's not coming from just one source. The sources that we get of the evidence is quite varied, and for those who are watching this, if you haven't looked into the subject, you can take it seriously. Well, it could go either way. Uh, Perhaps if we want to take this from a timeline, there would be an initial announcement, but that probably would not come from the rabbinate or rabbis. It would come from governments or scientific institutions, perhaps a military organization, even astronomers or some type of international organization. Judaism traditionally does not claim that rabbis will announce a scientific discovery. Usually, we let people in their fields do that. The response, though, would begin, the Jewish response specifically, would begin at scientific confirmation. So once it had been confirmed by some type of international body, then we look toward chief rabbis, the major poskim, halakhic decisors, basically people within the religion who are learned in the law, yeshiva leaders or traditional Orthodox Jewish school leaders, Hasidic rabbis, Jewish philosophers, to make some determinations on this. And the question would shift from, is it real, to what does Judaism say about it? Specifically, each element of Judaism has its own spokespeople. The Haredi world, or many people, the Hasidic world, would look at their scholars and poskim within Chabad, which is a very public wing within the Hasidic world, would look toward the writings and teachings of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, and um, these these writings of old would get enormous attention. Within the modern Orthodox world, rabbis who are connected with Torah, science, and philosophy would make determinations, and even within the religious Zionist wing of the religion, would be approached by previous rabbis, including Rob Cook, and we would probably see an initial shock, I think, like most of the world, from a global announcement of "We are not alone." Everyone, Jews included, would look toward global media coverage and scientific debate. There'd be political questions and religious discussions. And then we would, within the first 24 hours, probably have some Jewish community reaction. Does this contradict our creation story? Do we still have a special relationship with Hashem or God? Does this change Torah? A calm response within the Orthodox world would probably be, the universe is created by God, or Hashem, what we say is the name, and discovery does not change the creator. Synagogues and organizations would certainly respond. Generally, themes that I anticipate we would see is that Torah remains valid, scientific discovery is part of understanding creation, and humanity should respond with humility. There's a question, would we have a general panic? And fears of, are aliens dangerous? Is our religion fake? Are governments hiding information? Or is humanity vulnerable? And specifically within Judaism, we already have categories for angels, spiritual beings, hidden realities, and unknown creation. So there isn't necessarily a reason to panic. Some Jews might feel that they should leave the religion, that this is certainly a possibility if they recognize that we are not alone. Some people would perhaps become more religious. At least from a doctrinal standpoint, Jews would still keep kosher. We would still continue to observe the mitzvot. We would really be looking more toward this topic from a scientific discovery. We would not stop necessarily being keepers of Shabbat. Perhaps some adjustments may need to be made if we recognize that we weren't alone from a doctrinal standpoint. But this coincides with the religion in general. We have had to adapt over the thousands of years that we've been a people, and the idea of alien disclosure would just be another adaptation that we would make, so we would continue loving our families and we would continue moving forward as a people. Well, sure. There are certainly discussions. What are angels? Generally, the term angel means messenger, and specifically, there are some cases within Judaism that some people interpret to be UFO-like events. So this is varied, and there isn't necessarily an obvious UFO event, but usually this event is in the book of Ezekiel, where there is a disc that is discovered within a vision of Ezekiel with different faces and different eyes. And many people refer to this vision as a flying disc. Um, and that might be something that was an ancient interpretation of what was being seen, or it could have been a non related vision, but generally within the Bible, those are the references that are made. Specifically, the Bible is quite silent on any type of extraterrestrial being outside of the world. Generally, we believe that that Hashem created the heavens and the earth, but we don't get really specific into other worlds. Now, within a Kabbalistic standpoint, there are some discussions in Talmudic standpoint of perhaps there are other dimensions, perhaps there are other worlds, and the ancient people could not necessarily describe them. But unfortunately, there is not an excellent resource where we can say yes. And in this part of the Bible, they're referencing some type of non-human species. Generally, the Bible is written in terms of humanity. As I understand, that's more of a Christian perspective, which people are open to that interpretation. I don't necessarily agree with it, and generally within Judaism, we do have demonic beings that are referenced within Kabbalah, but they aren't normally referenced in terms of UFOs or aliens generally. They are more mysticism. The idea in Judaism in general is quite scientific and has been for thousands of years. And the idea of perhaps alien beings would be another type of species, just with a genus species, just like we have of any type of biology on Earth. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't interpretations within Judaism that aliens could be demons, but generally that's not mainstream. Well, perhaps they would be interpreted for individuals as being religious writings of their time. So there may be have been different epochs of human existence. Perhaps there was some knowledge that wasn't necessarily written down, uh, perhaps prior to the written history that we have within religions. Generally, within Judaism, we consider Torah to be the holy book that generally for mainstream Judaism. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't Kabbalistic aspects of our later writings that could perhaps be, or at least coincide with what's going on prior to what we would consider to be traditional creation. Uh, Really, it's up to an individual's interpretation, And then when we get into books that at least can be carbon dated that are older than some of the Torah, specifically everything within the Hebrew Bible, Tanakh, questions are raised from a scientific perspective more so than a religious perspective. Most certainly. I that when you get into ufology, you get into new types of hypotheses like panspermia, the idea that perhaps life existed on some type of asteroid that made an impact on Earth and started creation, or guided panspermia, that Earth itself has had its evolution of all the species influenced in one way or another by an extraterrestrial being. These types of questions then uh, open the door for many other questions. And then, okay, if we were seated here, if Earth is like a zoo or some type of experiment, what do the people, or I should say the beings on other planets, what do they believe? Have their religious doctrines changed over the course of their evolution? And then, of course, the great question is, if we didn't start here naturally and we were seated here, well, then who seated a seater? That's absolutely right. And how did that happen? Exactly right. How do you go from nothing to something? Is and I've done my best to, as all not just religious thinkers, but scientists or any rational individual tries to do, and it's paradoxical. How can you bring something from nothing? And if you are able to bring something from nothing, what happened prior? Mhm. Yeah. Well, sure. There are certainly ideas of spirituality, perhaps even more recent within the Middle Ages. There's demonic discussion, and prior to that, there's angelic discussion. What is an angel? Traditionally, this is seen as a messenger. There are also discussions, at least well, twice within Torah, of the Nephilim, basically something that's interpreted perhaps as fallen ones or giants that mated with the women of Earth to perhaps create a species here. There's not a lot of writing on this. It's really only mentioned twice within Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, but it does lead some credence or some credibility that under some interpretations that perhaps there is more to Earth than we may be able to observe. It's an excellent question. I generally, this is just my own opinion, believe that they move more toward what we would consider humanistic, away from traditional doctrine as science becomes more relevant when on whatever planet they are. And I believe science then somewhat becomes a religion to them. And so they move away from traditional doctrines and writings, perhaps on their own planet, into holding science as a religion and focusing on their own species and their own self worth, and really, if they're anything like humanity, positivity. But this is certainly a question that I would love to have the answer to as well. Kabbalah, yeah. In some ways, it does. It's generally known as Jewish mysticism, and it's really a collection of writings. There isn't just one Kabbalistic book, it's a collection of writings, generally of the last 2,000 years or so. And things like the soul are explored, things like consciousness are explored, what free will is, what it is to be a human. And there have been different writings that build upon each of those. Specifically, it the major work is known as the Zohar, that was written about 900 years ago, around the year 1100 or so. But it's an interpretation that traditionally is 1,000 years older. That was only written in 1100 or so of the Common Era, and of this there have been writings since, certainly from Kabbalists and other rabbinical authorities, referencing what it is to be a human, what is the soul, what it is to have just the idea of what being a human is. And from those perspectives and consciousness, there have been some, um, there has been some uh, elaboration on what perhaps we have in the Hebrew Bible and in the Talmud, but it's not as scientific as people would want it to be. It's very mystical. And now that we're moving into the 21st century, many modern interpretations of Kabbalistic works are being utilized to perhaps be able to explain what some Kabbalistic texts were using modern science. They're fascinating, first and foremost. From a scientific perspective, they're evidence. Not all evidence has the same necessary value, but these are very of extreme value. This is valuable evidence that is to be studied. From a religious perspective, we don't have a wonderful account of one individual who was perhaps teleported or abducted, and this was in our writings. We really have to look toward the modern accounts of this. But there isn't anything necessarily that contradicts Judaism with the idea of telepathy, or even the idea of perhaps aliens or non or extraterrestrials that have had encounters with humans. We recognize, especially in the modern age, that humans are perhaps one species of many others within the universe. And while we may not be alone, we don't necessarily know. And it's important not to close our minds off to this as much as it is not to believe everything that we encounter. It's an excellent question. And while I'm not a Roman Catholic, I have known of Roman Catholics, and I can say that certainly the advent of telescopes has been important within the history of the Roman Catholic Church in understanding where we are in the cosmos. And so especially with the development of lenses and being able to see further into space than previously. The Vatican had a key role in this. It was the final arbiter of science from a religious perspective in the Western Roman Empire, essentially for thousands of years. And thus, being the final arbiter, it was important for that body to be able to have a an understanding of what was going on in the stars above. This is an excellent question, Tony. If we were to find out today or tomorrow that all religion was basically from another body or another species, it would certainly be a shock to some people or to many people. Would we all react in the same way as religions? I don't think so. We're unique, and people have different opinions on this. From some aspects, this would be more evidence that religion is correct because these different species had seeded this information to us. To others, it may say that, hey, that is not exactly how our religious books pose our histories, and thus we shouldn't believe that either. In terms of the Abrahamic religion, so we're talking about Judaism, Christianity, and I think we'd find a lot of overlap and recognize that we all at one time take our sources to Abraham, and that there may not be that much that divides us as we think. And in fact, there's a lot more that unifies us. And if this information were given to us by a, a non-human intelligence, that's even more reason for us to become unified and focus less on that which divides us and focus more on that which unifies us. It's an excellent question. I frankly am quite agnostic in many of these terms. I do not think that you can really know anything. And the more that you know, the less you perhaps really understand. You can only have subjective opinions on things, but you can't really know anything for certain. Everything is an interpretation as a human. In terms of being a religious individual, I feel no matter what your background is, whether it's Judaism, Christianity, Islam, or Eastern religions, whether you're secular or whatever it may be, at the end of the day, you have to lead some credibility to agnosticism because no one can really know anything, and that's okay. That's part of the being a human. But when we start to say with absolute certainty that we know something, we can run into issues. So the idea of knowing versus belief, um, frankly, I think basically everybody just basically believes in things because I don't think you can really know anything for certain. That's absolutely right. It's a belief. It takes courage to say this, and people need to be courageous, whether they're scientists, whether religious leaders. we have to recognize that we don't know everything, and in fact, there's the very real possibility we know nothing. So it's always important to question, but to recognize that you can't really know anything. It's very philosophical, but it's very true. Sure, it's time a shed. Yep. Oh, absolutely. Very deeply. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, this is an individual who is the highest level of the Israeli Defense Force. He was a brigadier general, to give the audience just an understanding that generally within the Israeli military, there are no more than 24 generals. This would be someone similar way in the United States, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who would make the claims that he made, which specifically were in December 2020. In November of 2020, he published a book in Hebrew and then had a interview with an Israeli newspaper in December of 2020. And some of the claims that he made caught the attention of many people around the world, including the fact that we are not alone, that there are advanced intelligences that have taken a major interest in us, that there is a galactic federation, perhaps with at least 8 different species that is involved, that is studying humanity, that Donald Trump is aware of this non-human intelligence, that perhaps there are bases on Mars that may exist that may have some kind of non-human intelligence and astronaut program, um, that we need to study Mars not necessarily from just a geological standpoint, but also from an archaeological standpoint to see if there were perhaps ancient civilizations that were there. He talks about consciousness and the idea that death may not be the be all end all of our soul or our spirit, that perhaps we are part of some type of global um, interaction, not just global but universal, that the soul may continue post death, and he caught a lot of attention for this. He was 87 years old when he made these claims. He had won the highest levels of the Israeli military awards that you can win. He really had nothing to lose. He had already retired in 2012, around 2012, and been a lecturer and a contractor. And then all of a sudden, right during the pandemic, he makes these claims and then disappears. And the very interesting aspect of this is, where did he go? Why did he disappear? And it just so happens to be a good timing that he came back in June of 2026, so just a little more than a month ago or so, and stated that uh, he was still alive. He was 93. He had an interview in English with Uri Geller, who many people may have some familiarity, and doubles down on the Galactic Federation claims and says that he maintained his silence because of perhaps an interaction with Men in Black, who visited him, who had deep personal knowledge of what he of him personally, and then also questioned him on nuclear secrets and other very private information that he knew. And now at 93, I guess he feels like he still has nothing to lose. And so he had this interview that is available um, with Uri Geller. And I was relieved to know that he was still alive, because there were many questions that were involved. How could you make such claims and then disappear? And at least now we know why allegedly he disappeared to some extent. Well, so I would say that any type of new information that we have, or new takes on ufology, are interesting. From what I understand, that that Diane Pasolka does not argue that UFOs are definitively extraterrestrial. She basically studies how beliefs and experiences surrounding UFOs resemble the patterns that we see in history and religion. And I think that her work is certainly valuable in the realm of both religion and ufology, um, relevant to perhaps Orthodox Judaism. Um, she, I would say, uh, would state that, from an agnostic standpoint, no one really knows, but would have some really interesting takes on how disclosure would affect religious belief without claiming that any one religion is disproven. I'd like to think that we can handle this in a mature fashion. I think I'm an advocate for whistleblowers and uh, amnesty for government contractors. I feel like this is an institutional issue that has been forced upon our not just the United States, but globally, and that if people have information that is important to disclosure, they should feel free to be able to proclaim it without feeling any fear of retribution. I feel that we are in a period of soft disclosure, especially post Roswell. And if you look at different polls, about 50% or more of individuals, at least in the United States, feel we are not alone. And that means that you and I are in the majority, and we are already okay with this idea, and other people should be as well. What kind of impact would this have? Certainly, this could cause a shakeup in politics and religion and science. We would have to recognize that many of the developments that we've had from a scientific perspective may not have all been of human capability, that many of the developments that we've had in technology, especially over the course of the last 80 years or so, may have been reverse engineered, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not important to the evolution of humanity. And we should handle this discussion and this topic with maturity. We shouldn't panic. We shouldn't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Science is still important to us, and to recognize that not being alone is not the end of the world. It's just the beginning. Certainly. Well, just from Kaima Shed's perspective, and many of the other whistleblowers, whether you consider them credible or not, um, there's a lot of emphasis, I would say, on where's your evidence. Do you have physical evidence? Well, if you have physical evidence, you're going to find a knock at your door of somebody who's going to confiscate that evidence. So much of the whistleblower testimony that we have is just that. It's testimony, it's words, it's writings, but it's not, it doesn't live up to the scientific method. We want to be able to test these different metals or different elements, and we want to be able to use scientific method against them. And really, at this point, we're not able to. I would say as well that many of the people who are, especially in the military, and want to be whistleblowers or know something or say something behind closed doors, have their retirement threatened, and that shouldn't be held over their head as well. I don't feel. In terms of people who are alien abductees, we should take their claims with some credibility once they're vetted, because this may be a very real possibility, and they shouldn't be laughed at, and they shouldn't be made the butt of a joke, because much of what we've gleaned from the specifics of alien civilization comes from their testimony. So, just overall, I'm a major advocate of whistleblowers. I want protection for whistleblowers, specifically in ufology. I'm an advocate for amnesty for those who feel that their positions and their retirements may be in jeopardy if they were to make claims. I'm about free flowing of information, and ufology is no exception. It's an excellent question. At least according to Chaim, he has stated that these alien uh, civilizations feel we are not ready yet. Maybe perhaps they consider us to be primitive. Maybe they consider us to not have had the ability to share the information with a wide enough array of individuals. But the overall thought is that we are not ready yet. Personally, I tend to believe this as well, that for one reason or another, they feel that the secretiveness of their being is important. I look at how we study different biology, and many times we want to observe it without being detected because then we can see it in its natural element. And perhaps aliens feel the same way about humanity. Not exactly sure. There is the idea, though, that for as advanced as we feel we are as a species, we are still not even a type 1 civilization on the Kardashev scale. And if these different civilizations are as advanced as they are, we're frankly babies in comparison to their adulthood. And it just isn't something that we're able to communicate with them necessarily on the same level. And hopefully, as humanity continues to mature and we continue to evolve and advance, we'll be able to make contact with them and be taken seriously. But for the time being, it seems as if aliens feel that their secretiveness is important to the study of humans, and just overall, we're not ready. Well, certainly Ezekiel's real. If it isn't just a vision and was an actual close encounter, would be fascinating to me. That is something that I hold closely. Certainly, some of the ancient Sanskrit documents, perhaps some elements of the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Book of Enoch, are quite of interest to me. Even in that, like things that we see from folklore of more modern times in different wood carvings from the Middle Ages, or even in just Renaissance art, interesting flying objects that we may see. Those are all of fascination to me because it really recognizes that the questions that we're currently having in the modern age have been asked for centuries and millennia in the past. But if I had to choose one, I would probably say if Ezekiel's real is to be considered some type of UFO folklore, that would be a distinct interest to me. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. I'm approaching 5 years of 24/7 streams, not just on YouTube, but on Rumble, Twitch, Twitter, you name it. For anyone who wants to view my streams 24 hours a day, I invite you to type my name, Rabbi Rothschild, into YouTube and filter by live, and you will find more content of any individual than you've ever found before. Right here, we have more than a dozen views, including ceiling cameras that I have. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I stream IRL. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. I keep a radio in the background 24 hours a day that is not only archiving my life, but it's archiving world history events, which I think is really interesting. This is essentially a modern day journal or diary for people to study in the future. This is something that's known as life logging, and I've created more data and archived more data for the people of the world to study than any individual in history. And I feel that people will study my life from a historical standpoint, the conversations that we're having, perhaps to learn about biology. It's training AI. I was a user of AI. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user of ChatGPT in on November 30th, 2022, when it formally launched. And I've been able to see the development of AI as well as having more than a year of content prior to that. So literally, people in the future can study my life and know how life was like pre AI and post AI and all of the developments that we have. So if you would like, you can certainly always check me out on YouTube. Additionally, I'm available 24 hours a day in Discord, discord.me/rabbi. You can view all of my social media, and I have more social media than any person ever, at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild, or read my writings on my blog, rabbirothschild.medium.com. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share and to have these discussions with you and your audience. Excellent question. Absolutely. That's correct. That's correct. Only I can hear you. Me as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I quite enjoyed that. Excellent. Are you happy? Yeah, that was good. Shut the mind. What would you have done differently? What's that one guy's name? Win? That one guy who fucking trolls. I don't know. Weston Curry or whatever. Dude, I listened to your. I like promoted your music for like a year, more than that. That's how you treat me. Love and Curry. That's cool. Are you happy? Yeah.
Are you happy? Yeah. Really? Yeah.
Why didn't you do the thing where you ask questions after?
Because Martin dipped out and I was like,
But I didn't know if you had something.
Hello, Mr. Chris. I'll be there in just a second. Oh, Mr. Chris, I just did a podcast. I Yeah, I did three of them in the last 24 hours, and somebody just contacted me on Twitter, and they're like, "Hey, I just saw you on on this podcast because it was a live podcast, and I've known this guy for a long time. We know each other from Twitter, and he was like, it was so wild to see you on there because this is a big podcast. This is the one of the longest podcasts on this subject in the world. It's been going since 2011. It might be the oldest, and so to be on there was really good. And I am just kind of in the afterglow of that. And then I did another one with a young lady earlier today, and it went for almost 3 hours, and she was really smart and just like really into history. And then I did one with a guy from England yesterday about the same time when you were in here, and so that's been really good. That I've done. I'm just really happy, just really happy. doing interviews is not easy. Doing live interviews certainly isn't easy, and so I'm proud of how it went. But that's enough about me. How was your day?
It's good. I didn't work my bed and just still trying to just figure out what she put stuff with it. I'm getting funny because she moved my bed. It's lightning and thunder.
All right, well, that's perfect. That's that's perfect cozy weather, right? To get deep in your blankets and sleep well,
But
right?
I got
All right,
things.
well, go take it right now.
No, we're trying to go.
Okay, we'll take it in 5 minutes.
Take it out there. Okay?
Okie dokie.
Because I don't want to do it. Dang.
Sure thing.
I'm a runner.
Yes, ma'am.
Ooh, it's done.
Well, it'll be all right. I'm here. You got Brandon here.
Okay.
Brandon's the
I'm not
weather.
like, I
Brandon.
can
Brandon's our chief meteorologist.
yeah.
What up, Tony? Tony.
Hello.
Hello. How are you, big dog?
I'm waiting for the interview. I'm good.
All right. I checked out your stream. I saw that you got 3 likes on that stream we did the other day.
Yeah.
Okay. So, are you going to continue to live stream those?
Yes, but I don't have my number followers.
I know, and I saw that too. I didn't unsubscribe. I saw that you went down to 99, but no big deal. That's gonna happen.
I was in Zoom.
All right, so you're about to do an interview with someone, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Miss Aquarius, what happened to that ball?
I don't know. Like, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Tony. So with whom is your interview?
It's like right now I'm doing interviews for the dates, for date first. I'm doing for date some interviews with people who is like support them and I go to
There we go.
meet them.
All right. Well, that should get you a lot of views, right?
Yeah.
So that's good. I literally just finished doing an interview with someone, and someone who I know from something totally different watched my interview, not knowing I was going to be on there. And they're like, "Hey, I just saw you. You did a good job," and I was happy that they were that they saw me. I've done 3 interviews in the last 24 hours, and I'm ready for a little bit of a break. Um, thank you, madam. They were good interviews, though. The one yesterday was with a person from England. The one earlier today was with a young lady who was just a really fascinating story. And then this one just now is on the oldest UFO podcast in the world. It's been going since 2011. You win, I win, I win, you win. Reload. Go take your thing. Go take your thing.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So I know, I know, Tony. Okay, I know, Tony, that you're always worried about numbers and stuff. This one that's the oldest podcast, he has like 30,000 viewers on YouTube, but he has a lot more on audio. So that'll be cool. That'll get my message out to a lot more people, hopefully. And I am excited to continue to book these things. It's I've kind of gone through a dry spell in booking them, but I'm not too concerned about it because I haven't always been able to focus on it. Like today, uh,
Yeah.
I haven't been able to focus on it because I was on two other podcasts. But God willing, it'll work itself out.
So I will gonna have on weekend. I will gonna have guy from Uganda who is at like more than 100,000 subscribers.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah.
What does he do?
He is fitness condition.
Wow, that's impressive. So, are you excited?
And yes, and I'm more excited than Saturday. I will gonna receive my first ever payment from podcasting.
How do you do that?
I get the guy from my country and he said I am going to pay for this episode.
Oh, okay. So, how much you making?
I don't know.
Okay, well that's cool. So he basically said, "Hey, if you interview me, I'll pay you." Well, remember I told you that's definitely something that can happen. And um, look at you, you're already doing that. Did you? Uh, what you should do with these people who you interview, if you can, have them go on Fiverr and like upvote you or whatever, so that you get more people who will pay you. Okay, you know how to do that, right?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I have. Yeah, I just say to him, go to Fiverr, but like he's all
Oh, okay. I
he's like,
understand. I understand. Well, then maybe he's not the best person to know. Hey, you were mean to me the other.
yeah,
You were mean to me the other day.
I was mean to him.
Oh, you were very mean to me.
No, absolutely.
You're incorrect. You called me homeless.
Yes, yes, but then
No,
when
that's
there was
mean.
long
That's
time
mean.
ago.
That's disrespectful. That was 2 days ago.
No, 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 no. 2 days ago, we are doing this.
No, I know, I know, I know. And you were saying, uh, "F this S, F this, F this." You
Yes,
homeless. Yeah, and you said that, and I want you to know that's not appreciated. I
I am
have,
sorry.
you're okay, but I've made more money in my career than perhaps your whole household. So for that being said, don't call me insults like that. I want you to be a very successful person, but you've got to understand when somebody's trying to help you, you can't insult them like that. That's me. But you're okay. I forgive you.
I'm sorry.
I understand you were frustrated, but we got it done.
Yeah,
So that's good. And boy, wasn't that an ordeal?
yeah.
We got it done. So that's good. Okay, so how long till you do this podcast?
And I have like 19 minutes.
Okay, that's not that long. That's great.
Like, yeah, yeah, like 20 hours. And for me, like, they can do one.
Oh, okay. So you had to, I figured it was late. Okay. So and then you're gonna get to sleep till the weekend.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
I will go. Definitely sleep.
that's good.
Um,
Aren't you amazed that we got that podcasting thing to work? I am. That was taking forever. It was taking
Forever,
forever,
yeah.
and we finally got it. And then you don't use that, which I understand. But because you need your computer, I get that. But like when you're not using your computer, you should have that live stream going. You know how to do it. And I was watching it. I really was. And that your interviews looked good, and they kept going. They weren't like they didn't just cut off. They went for like 8 hours.
Yeah, very good.
Absolutely. So I'm happy that that went well.
And maybe
What's your other
maybe
name?
I will be all America.
Oh, really?
Yes, he's not sure it's anything. I am talking with him, and she's very close to say yes.
Oh, okay. That's great.
I was not here for 2 days.
I know I missed you. Um, where? Why didn't you come in yesterday? I missed you. Well, you were in earlier today, and I saw that. Listen, I saw that you came in, and I was like, hey, I just had to restart my device or whatever, just like refresh the page, and um, and you had already left.
Yeah, because like I was having some issues, and I don't want to be here and not saying anything.
That's okay.
So this is why. This,
Yes, ma'am. I'm fine. Ooh, yeah. Thank you, man. I see it. Oh, I mean, you almost got something though. I had somebody come into the Discord yesterday, and they were like, "Hey," I'm like, "What's going on?" And they're like, "I'm like, how'd you find out about me?" They're like, "I just watched one of your podcasts on YouTube." And I'm like, "Really?" And they're like, "Yeah, I've known about you from Discord." And they're like, "But I haven't been on Discord in a long time. But I know I'd always see you in different Discords." And then I saw this podcast that you did talking about peace, and I thought it was cool, and I came in to say hello. And it was like, no way, somebody saw me from a podcast. That's amazing. And then I had my friend from Twitter see me in a different podcast, and it was just like my mind is blown. Like small world. Um, Tony, do you have that phrase in English, small world,
yeah,
or in Czech? I mean, you know what I mean when I say small
yeah,
world. Okay. I know Miss Aquarius knows what
yeah.
I mean. Okay, Miss Aquarius is she has the lead. I'm doing everything I can
I must
to catch
say
up.
something.
Go ahead.
I must say she has so clean voice.
Oh, I know. I absolutely agree. No, I know.
She has
It's beautiful. She could be a voice
like
model.
she has. I never heard or feminine voice in my life.
She's got the voice of a Southern belle. You got that right.
Like I was thinking she using some modifications and AI stuff.
Nope, she's all organic. Miss Aquarius is all natural.
Like she's so clean voice. Like how is possible?
She's very talented.
How is this possible?
Okay,
I have no idea.
Miss Aquarius, we're gonna test something. Since this one doesn't count, I'm gonna let the time go all the way down to just almost the end, and then I'm gonna throw the ball and see if it cuts off the ball mid throw. No, no, it doesn't. So long as you throw it before the thing winds down, it's good. All right, Mr. Aquarius, you win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. That's right. That's right. And
I must say something.
go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt you,
You're fine.
but besides, like she must be so young. She must be like
You keep thinking that. You keep thinking that.
depending on like she could be like you. I am happy. The fact that I'm happy. 43. That's no cost. No. You are not for the free.
She doesn't have a sing. She doesn't
Get
have
the
a.
fuck out of here. You
She
are not for
she
the
doesn't have a single wrinkle. No wrinkles. Perfect.
and I
Oh yeah, definitely.
it's not true. Oh my wow.
I remember her birthday. Absolutely.
Wow. Like you have some skincare in your your voice is like a combination of kids and a woman. It's so it's so right. It's so right.
It's very youthful. It's very lively.
Yes. You're right. Yeah. It's like
I consider it like a Disney character.
mm,
It is. It's very youthful.
mm. Okay. So,
How many minutes? Big dog. How many minutes?
like I don't know how she doing that, but like her voice, like wow. Like yes, yes, I love it. Yes, I love it. I love it. Like I am. I'm smiling right now. I'm smiling. It's like really, really like so like your voice and like it's can bring child in me. Oh, really? It's like pastors. And you are in like you are from Africa or where are you from? If I can ask. USA.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you guys ever meet in
Not,
like real life?
not yet. Maybe in 2 years for the Olympics, maybe.
This will be epic.
Yeah.
This will be epic. This is going to be like Neo and Eternity, and it will last epic story.
That's right.
Like she's going to be so good. Um,
Tony, how many minutes till your interview? Isn't it like right now?
no, no, I have time.
Okay.
I have time.
Well, then, did your original estimate of 19 minutes or whatever, was that inaccurate? Oh, okay. Well, I was just going on what you told me. Okay.
I'm not going to let anything get away, my computer.
Okay. And what is the topic for this guy?
And that thing will be late.
Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Absolutely. Apologies. Yes, 100%. And then this weekend is the house. Yes, ma'am. Sweet dreams, God willing. There you go. All right, Tony. You know that they're coming out with a movie with your name, right?
Yeah.
You know the name of the movie? It's called Tony.
Oh,
Tony.
interesting.
Yeah, it's on a chef, a very famous American chef.
Nice.
So that should be interesting. And and I am glad that these interviews went well. I'm glad that my friends thought I did a good job. Um,
And I am back.
and yeah, I'm glad that you're back and that you're nicer to me than you were the other night.
Okay. And yeah, everything is back to normal.
God willing. All right. Uh, so you've got an interview with the guy today, and then the interview with the guy with 100,000 people this weekend. And then do you have anybody lined up?
And I have one shop for sure. And no, I don't have. Yeah, I have. No, no, I have like three interviews.
Okay, that's good. That's better than I'm
I
doing.
know.
That's better than I'm doing. And I've got to line people up. I have one. I have one next week.
It's
No, I know, but I haven't. I haven't had the time to really like contact anybody because I've been doing other podcasts. So like all day today, I've been doing podcasts, and yesterday I was doing podcasts. So when I don't have time to contact them, I can't contact them.
then you are going to be in job program
within the next half decade.
and like not that much. Like I think by end of this year you will be in job program.
Perhaps. What's really big is that people who I know are starting to see me on podcasts, and that's really exciting because it tells me the internet's not that big. That people are starting to know about what I'm doing, and that's really exciting for me.
Yeah, yeah. I
All right, big dog. So you got three lined up for this week and next week, right?
yes.
How many did you upload to BitChute?
Only that one. I will do this today when I wake up.
Certainly. Are you putting hashtags?
Yes.
Good. And do you know what Odyssey is?
No.
Okay, I want you to look it up. It's ODYS.EE, I believe. It's another one. You want to put your stuff up on. Do you see it?
Maybe. I will find when I wake up.
You're going to find it when you wake up
Yeah.
because it's so late.
What?
Because it is so late.
Yeah. Alright. And my brain is not ready for your brain.
I know.
I'm sorry.
You're okay. How long do you anticipate your interview today with this guy's going to go?
I think half hour. Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever thought of doing longer podcasts?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Okay. What's stopping you from that?
It's something because when people have Apple, like we need to end it after half hour because Apple is bullshit and after half hour is like
I know. Hey, you know what we should do? You and uh, the two of us. I think this would be really interesting. Since we already spend a lot of time together, I can do it from my computer so we can go longer. We should do a history of ufology.
when you podcast.
No, 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 no. Just a series of like hour-long interviews for like the 10,000 years ago and the 9,000 years ago and 8,000 years ago. Either that or we could do history into the future, which I'm fine with as well. Like what life will look like in the next 100 years, the next 200 years, the next 500 years, the next 1,000 years, the next 10,000 years. I have all kinds of specific things we could talk about.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't seem too excited. That's all right.
But it's focused on like I said, my brain is not in the same frequency like you. Like you.
That's true. That's true.
I'm gonna call him. I hope he's not going for that. I'm gonna call him.
Did you send him a reminder?
Yeah.
And he confirmed?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I have to go.
Okay, big dog.
And I will be back and see you.
Yeah, you get your sleep. You've done really well, my man. What's the
No,
name?
I don't think
What's
so.
no? You have. What's the name of the new platform about which I told you?
Odysseus.
That's right. And do you know that MySpace is coming back?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
All
I
right.
will be there too.
Yes, you
Do
will.
the best.
Yes, sir, my friend. Okay. You take care, big dog. Best
Okay.
wishes.
Yeah. You too.
Thank you,
Bless
friend.
you too. Bye.
Thank you.
Brian Simpson, welcome back to the show. I'm always tired. And it's unbelievable. You look semi renting a vacation before the signs are closed. UNT Madness led two different generations. Some blind 225 human beings signed up for this show today. They like kidnap a girl, child into a bar in the store. Michael came out of busting in 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up here. If you think to wrap it up there, I'll bring up the finger. Let's totally compare. Which interrupt them. I conduct an interview and we find out more about them, maybe more about their crazy lives, what they can talk about on stage. Just an overall interesting interview. I'm gonna go with this right here. I'm gonna first. They put sunglasses on the top of this and just the sun's already down, dude. Looks like tonight, man. Those are on here. Those are things. Yellow M&M, one of my favorites. But we go wrangle that comedian from next door. We have a golden ticket winner who's going to get the show started for you in 60 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you know him, you love him. Dean and Charlie, everybody. Here we go.
What happened? What happened?
No interview because he doesn't have a website on the mobile phone.
So why doesn't he just
And
download it?
yeah, I don't know why he cannot download it right now. But he said I got to try to catch that guy like this again when I am back. I have to.
Okay. Now you get to go to bed. And look, these things cancel on me all the time. You know the deal. That's how it works.
Yeah,
Why don't you sleep in here?
I'm not ready.
Okay, well, Miss Aquarius, nice brand. Yeah, I do. Maybe someday you will.
I'm ready, but not ready.
All right, you know you can keep yourself muted and stuff, right?
I know, but still, like for me, when I'm sleeping with someone, even if through internet, it's it's like I don't know, like more time than just I don't know.
Oh, you think
I'm
we're
not.
oh you think we're in a relationship? Don't worry about it.
No, no, no.
You're good. I understand. I get it. Well, you go get your sleep and come back tomorrow, and we'll talk about your scheduled interview this weekend. And make sure to email the guy this weekend so he doesn't forget and he's ready and he has everything installed.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, it is happening.
yeah, you,
And
you know what you should do. The guy who interviewed me today, he's been doing this for 15 years, and it was really good. He sent me a message beforehand as a reminder. Hey, we've got this interview, and it says before we start, make sure you have a phone or a device that has video and audio. Make sure you have internet connection. Make sure you have the app downloaded. You know, he gives me that all beforehand so I can test all that stuff. But it's not your fault. I'm just saying it's not a bad reminder of all the stuff you need him to have.
yeah,
Okay, big guy. No big deal, my man.
yeah, yeah.
All right, sweet dreams, big man. Take care.
Okay, I talk to you soon.
God willing.
Bye.
Bye.
What else? Anything else crazy we should know about you before I let you go? This has gone on way too long. We're all good. You weren't answering questions. Here's a little joke, my buddy. Congratulations. I'll see you again. On we go. That was more. Great. When your friends all this talk of leftover food. Alright, your name's fucking well, best by the name of Henry Cruz. Henry. Oh wait, what? I did more without shit. Yoni, let's get show's all about. It's not necessarily about the minutes. It's about being honest and eager. I think 4 years, almost 2 years in, great job. Taking one from here, much like you're right. What I'm gonna do, even though you're a small part of this episode, okay, I'm gonna give you inside story. Right here, tell you too, a lot of times, this guy, you have to believe the story. I'm not making this up. I don't do nothing in the field of and the guy comes in and says, listen, you gotta read this back then. I look at it and I think like you right. I mean, here's the right man to the house. I swear the guy wasn't able to guy to look at. But by the way, if you have to say you're looking for a tunnel, I hear that. But the tunnel guy is under the baby should be that I never that is the first time I ever ordered and that is exclusively to I was like, he's the guy that likes me. This is our brother. His brother. So he was converted through his own house sitting on the floor and without any visa, the two empires I don't know. Okay. My sister, I have to tell you that he's I have all kinds of hell. I'm gonna everyone's see a fire coming. I'm on the beach. I see a flood coming. I'm on the beach. You know what's going on? If it's in your hands, save us something. But if it's a natural flood, that's the shot over you. It's the strange thing. They go. They have people in the country jokes about, you know, the fake. Right. Okay. That actually makes sense. It's one of the rare times that I got an actual correct answer from the question, how do you please your woman in the picture? Yeah. 12 years I've been asking that question. We're like, oh, let's get my killer for the bets. How do you gave an actual answer there. Yeah. That's incredible. It's incredible. Lesson for me right now. Trying to bring things in the spirit of it. Good. Congratulations. You already have chocolates, right? I have one. Is it Jill? No, it's a one thing is a one. There you go. Well, then keep going for sure. It's your only option. Ladies and gentlemen. Another bucket roll out. Maybe they were going to use for special treat. Okay. Looks like a famous for big prize. Here we go. Bucket roll in Surrey, everyone. Surrey. Sorry. So fat. So I figured it out. That'd be worth 15,469,675 dollars. Let's try to pass that. I was trying to decide, do you want to sacrifice half of that just to go skydiving? I think so. You got Surrey. What's up? A lot of facts. Ingredients was the bag. The baby gold was the bag. Pretty sure we all want to see that from the belly button. Am I correct? Right? Only one. I think on the line. Damn it. Sometimes our weird lighting sound paying attention to the show. Sometimes it is real. Oh my god. What is that, a rag? Second, let me pull it out again. Oh shit. Oh shit. He's going full. Oh my god. He's got that more than an Audi. Like, right? That is more like a car. AUTI. Except it's time. Belly button hair. What are you? It's a question for you and your dog. Wow, what did they tell you? Okay, how's that going? How do you do it? How do you lose it? How do you gain it? Okay. And then what you do? I just start eating it. I mean, just normal shit, man. It's like stress. Stress. Wow. How are you stressed? Just lost my job. Oh my goodness, what was the job? Quality manager for what? Managers. Yes. Safety audits. So how did you lose the job? You seem like great at monitoring. It seems like I had a job. Well, how long did you have the job? Okay, what did you do before that? Same, similar thing. Did you get too good? Well, it's really hard to remember the fire. You know what? You're right. It deserves it. Here it is. So that's tell us more about it. Tell us.
You can fire, what are you doing? You can fire your own line again. At the evening,
What kind of solo did you sing in Carnegie? Opera? What is that? You sang? Oh, that's fun to hear a little. Let's hear a little. You want to band with you? You can sing it hard out in your belly button now. Is there like a peak part? Is there like a there's no like climax to it or anything? No. Jesus, I guess we all want singing part and all that. How old are you? What do you got, Brian? Every single town. One of these motherfuckers that go around will say, in terms of the way you want to fill the one. Everybody else. My goodness. All right, let's very well. On here tonight. How did it help you? You know, sign up, do it again. You were the show before. First time. Okay, first time. Sports are what do you guys think? Small or big? Small? Small? Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Sign up again. Do it again sometime. Last birthday. All right. Special something happening right now. Cam Pattern, the star, and is shooting in a goddamn movie right now. He is literally the star. So, it's not going to be tonight. In his place, we're going to do something a little fun. For the first time in the show's history, ever in the show's history, this is someone that won a spot away from the show after another show on a different night. I made this man, who happens to be one of the best poker players in the world, considered the number one heads up, which means one-on-one poker player in the world. We played Texas Hold'em here at Minzy's until 5:30 in the morning on the line I could have won $40,000, or he wins a spot on Kill Tony. And here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, Kill Tony debuted. Comedy, preparing a month for this. We're gonna have some fun right now. Make some noise for Kill Tony, everybody. It's hard to live in Texas without hearing about the immigration debate. They're bringing jobs. They're taking our jobs. We've got to do something about these Californians. We're going to build a wall. We're going to make New Mexico pay for it. For the record, I don't understand why they're coming here anyway. Over the last few years, the California real estate market's been on fire. It's also hard to live in Boston without hearing about the Skirmish and killing gay men. Thank you for like I didn't think much about it, but then the other day, my friend called me and said, "Hey, where are you going out tonight, man? I want to make sure I know where you are." And then it dawned on me. My friend thinks I'm a murderer. But that makes no sense. I love you. And we love you too, Doug. I'll play it. I'm pretty sure I'm right here. I'm pretty sure that's 7 night for everybody. Absolutely incredible. You and your mind to it. You've been practicing for a month. We're buddies now. I met you that night. Crazy fucking night. It's just one of those nights where it was like a fucking Scorsese movie and it kind of told the story a couple weeks ago, but it was just people telling me, hey, the best defensive player in the world is here after. Every Monday we went to a party after each day, they cleared it all night. We were on the other side of the bar. I had no idea who we were. By the time we finally got to meet, by the time our paths crossed, I was just drunk enough to challenge you to poker. Turns out you run what I'm told is literally the best poker facility in the country. Yeah, watch card book. It's like, yeah. By the way, so when we first met, I thought it's strange. This wasn't Trace. I'm like, I thought they all fucking beat you in poker. I was like, really? Where's that come from? Like, I don't know. We have fun. Yeah, that is a Monday night brought to you by Whiskey Tequila. See, I just did whiskey and I do shots of tequila. It's a problem. I'm going to be joining in Henry Chris's father in pancreatic cancer apartment real soon. It's a ticking time bomb, so enjoy the show while it lasts. But on Monday nights is when I really let it rip. I have more chill throughout the week, and I blow my liver to shreds on Monday nights. And boy, oh boy, you met me at about 12:30, 1 a.m. on a Monday night. We played poker until 5:30 a.m. Everybody. And it was one of those games where it wasn't just like us. It was fucking everyone was around. It's a very entertaining game. You were fun to play with. I was fucking talking shit, having fun. One of the great doing things like looking at one card, fucking seeing a game, and big, and just hoping the other card was good. We're having fun. No, I saw you play, but we're really aggressive. We're a great player. Yeah, I kind of makes sense. Yeah, I feel like I made a mistake though with negotiation for the stakes, right? Like, I was like, I want to go to the show. I'll put up the money. That was the first night for the picture. I was like, how about $20,000? Like, done. Oh shit, I probably should have been lower on that. Yeah. I'm gonna work my way up. And I won that first game. Don't know, but it all happened so fast. I realized afterwards that I was sucker. I didn't realize what was happening there. But by letting me win one, and I go, well, now I want to play. So what was it then? It was basically the same bet. Dude, we were so drunk. I don't think either one of us know the story. God, so fucking gay.
even though the owner has his own private benefit, he's taking the title because when you are trying to, you have this in mind, you want to save a certain thing, but at the same time, save without a do that. So here, I would say, you're allowed to remove all the hides of the animals from the animal because now even though you try to save them, the animal just say better get rid of all the hides. But it's what I said. That's the that's you know it's no hard stuff, but that's what it is. Another option is perhaps you can say is that you can save something that could save the space for them save the site. One, I'm carrying and saving the tank with my finger on the plug of the tire. I am saving the high plus or option number three. I'm saving the money, not the cake. I'm saving the money. Although I know when I was sitting reading the giant or innocent moment, I was having reading the entire time that I was
Yo, look who it is. Hmm. How you living, big dog? Which apologies I couldn't speak earlier. I was on two podcasts. Yes, sir. How was your day? Oh, turning tricks? All right, that works. Have you done any streaming recently or not? What are you talking about? We got you your back. So go find a controversial topic and do a podcast on it. Why don't you just do a news show every night and you just read the news? You give your opinion on it. No, very few people do that. They don't do their own nightly news show. No, but they don't do a news show. I'm talking about you do like the NBC nightly news. We could give you that background and you just go through and read the news. Okay. Well, what's a controversial topic that you think will get attention? All right, so do a podcast on it. Okay, well, you have something that those. I agree. We've known each other for like a couple months now, though, and I know you're still trying to get traction on the podcast. But if you don't record it, it doesn't help to promote your mission. Okay. Okay, so I'm asking ChatGPT to give me a new script of today's headlines to get a lot of attraction online. Let's see what it says. I don't know. But if you were to say, welcome back, here are today's biggest headlines in under 60 seconds. Don't forget to like, follow, and share your daily news updates. Global markets saw increased volatility today as investors reacted to major economic developments and corporate earnings reports, with several major indexes experiencing sharp swings. It then gives their amount. When you talk, I feel like I'm listening to a podcast. I think it's a good idea that you record it. I mean, just what you said right there is important. That's correct. That's correct. Right. It's arguable what you want to define as a civil war, but certainly if what was going on in Ukraine and Russia happened 50 years ago, that's by definition a civil war. Okay. I mean, they're two separate countries, but I get what you're saying. 50 years ago, they were not. Yeah, that didn't pass, but it looks like it probably will pass in the near future. It's a giant current event. It's very controversial.
But I thought it was a beautiful thing. Not even in the left. Not even doing the left. The only issue is that all of a sudden this should be before they this is getting in the way. I'm just because I want to get to the when you remove the kids, I want to write a statement for you. Oh yeah, yeah, very good. Snake, grabbing is little. You don't want this. You don't need the snake. You don't want it to fight you. You grab the snake. Grab the trap like it's trapped. That's in the law. Better yet, but in our case, that's not a proper right over here. You can see all these houses that neighborhood is in here. You have this guy right over here. Now, now in Chicago, and a lot of other places, by that, you know, but that's the end of the world. They have a little border. It's by, I think, by Sears over there, by that wall, on the that's like one border, and you have that's out of the border.
So why aren't you recording this?
By the way, it works on water pipe. Your backyard is up against the backyard of the neighbor. Your backyard has a street.
Hold on. Just answer my question. I get what you're saying. So why aren't you recording this? Okay, I get what you're saying, but don't you think it's important you record it and then you just stop. Just one moment. You record it, then you edit it, and then you put it together the way that you want so that it's exciting. You don't even know how to edit, and it's not that difficult. You, I know, but I can teach you. If I can teach you how to get a background of the Western Wall, I can teach you how to edit a video, and even easier, a sound file, and it's free. You can do it from your laptop, and you literally have absolutely nothing to do except edit it. You could have some really quality content. You can edit it so that there aren't any pauses, that there aren't any ums, that it's just pure content. And it'll be better than those people on Facebook. It involves you downloading a piece of software, which you did with OBS, and it's very similar to OBS. You would make a recording, let's say an hour long. You upload that recording into the software. The name of the software that I would recommend is called DaVinci Resolve, like Leonardo da Vinci. And then you get a video and you get an audio file. And then you cut up that video into what you feel is the best, the meat, the quality segments, and then you publish that on your social media. And that's how it's done. Very easy. Okay. I get that. I get that. And I'm here when I can be to listen to you. So what I would advise is you start recording. You don't have to do it right now. What I'm saying, you start recording. You say, Rabbi, do you mind if I just lean on your shoulder or uh, whisper in your ear some ideas that I have? Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. And you talk. Okay, I don't know what you're. You have very little self awareness of when you're cutting off people, don't you? Like when someone else is talking and you have an idea that comes into your head, you just say it. And I know you don't mean it personally, but you stop listening what the other person was saying. What I was saying is that I'm willing to be, you're okay, I'm willing to be a sounding board for you. If you want to come in here, you hit record and you say, Rabbi, I want to talk about the end times. I want to talk about Mashiach. I don't know if it's going to make sense, but I'm just going to talk. And when you feel the need, say something back if you want. And then I'm going to take that hour-long stream or whatever. I'm going to take tomorrow. I'm going to edit it up and I'm going to publish it. I say, great. You're, you, you're welcome. And that's what you should do. Uh, but the first thing you'd have to do is record it. You, You're not. You're not. You're absolutely not. Okay. So the first thing, and I'm not saying to do this now, but maybe you should write this down because you should watch some videos before you download the software. It's called DaVinci Resolve, like Leonardo da Vinci, DA. Take your time. I'm listening. Yeah, so it's DA space VINCH CI. Yeah, DA and then space, I believe. Yeah, yeah. D like David, A like Apple, and then Vinci VINCI. Yeah, so it's DA space VINCI, and then another space resolve. 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 VE. Resolve. RESOLVE. Yeah, that's correct. And what you want to do is put that into YouTube. And you just want to watch some introductory courses on how to do video editing. You don't have to look it up on YouTube. Yeah. And watch some videos. And you're going to say, Rabbi, that's too complicated for me. And I'm going to say, no, it's not. All you need to do is get a recording. We'll teach you how to download it. You upload that into DaVinci Resolve. You cut it up in any way that you want. You know how as a kid you would have scissors and you would cut and paste things like for craft? You were a kid, you still say that you're a kid at heart. You know what I'm referencing. It's the same way. You just cut it and you paste it and you make it the way that you want. And your videos don't have to be super complicated. You could have an intro. Yeah, it's dropping. Yeah, exactly. There's no there's no coding. Ex- Exactly. Yeah. And it's really just like that. And you don't have you don't have to do, no, no. But with this type of software, it's really easy. You just let's say you are like, wow, I did a really good job in that podcast, but I just didn't like the end. And I think I kind of got boring or I repeated myself. I want to cut off the last 10 minutes of it. You upload that podcast into DaVinci Resolve and you cut off the last 10 minutes. Literally, there's just a button that says cut, like you would snip a piece of paper, and then you publish it, and then you've got a really beautiful piece of media that you can then upload to YouTube and to Facebook or wherever else you want and publish it. Covenant? The covenant, the Brit Milah? What are you referencing? No, Brit Milah is circumcision. It's bris.
Yeah, yeah. That's not covered. Covered is
Uh,
Hadasha. The word Hadasha.
okay. Well, that's covenant.
Okay, the word Hadasha. The correlation. I don't think a lot of people spell it. And it just was and wanted to grab the big, grab the big, but it got hijacked. It got hijacked by Gonzalez. Then Martin came 500 years ago to try to bring that down.
Here's the thing, though. I'm not going to help you with that. That's not Orthodox Judaism. That's fine.
You know, rather than knock me 7 times, say, no, you know what? Maybe you know. Well, first of all, half of Jews are intermarried. So if you don't accept this, then you're losing half of Jews. First of all, the intermarried out of 1 million of one generation accepted Jesus as the Messiah, right? Yes. Between these two things, what do you do? Either you accept the marriage and let them come in and learn the Torah.
It gets very simple. And if you think Judaism is dwindling, you're not around enough Jews. You should see the Hasidic world. Pew Research already anticipates by 2030 Hasidism will grow by 20%. It's continuing to grow. It is the one. It's
If it wasn't for Christians and it wasn't for Jews, they don't do that.
why would you
Israel would
what
be God. They don't do that.
I mean Reform Judaism doesn't have that much to do with Israel. If anything, you could say secular Zionist.
Secular Zion.
Yeah, but that's not Reform Judaism.
Why are they secular Zion? But they're not so secular. Call them secular. They're not so secular. They believe that God gave
By definition, if they're secular, there's an argument to be made that they're either agnostic or non-theist.
and don't realize that all the covenants in the Bible are from the first time to what they call the second time. Or the first time. That's their redemption. Well, you know, to learn the Bible. And by doing that, you're back to Israel, you're back. And you get converted.
That's fine. And that's fine. But this wait this acceptance of intermarriage is not mainstream orthodoxy, nor has it ever been, and most likely it never will be.
But I'm not orthodox.
I'm not talking about you. I'm saying that if you want to be Jewish, you can. It's known as an Orthodox conversion. It's as simple as that.
I get an orthodox. When people are orthodox,
I mean, it depends on who you're referencing. If you're talking about a Reformed convert, that's not a Jew. They don't count in a minion. They can't marry my daughter. They can't basically participate in a based in. So to clarify, so long as they have Orthodox roots, they would be considered Orthodox if they have matrilineal Judaism and not a patrilineal lineage. If they consider themselves to be Jews through their fathers, they're goyim just like your local guy working at the corner shop is a goy.
I don't know who the hell they think they are among their sacrifice. I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Okay, I mean that's
Not Judaism.
that is I mean that's Orthodox Judaism. Look, if you really want to get into it, you could say no conversion has been properly kosher, and the only people who are truthfully Jews are the people who can trace their DNA back more than 2,000 years to the Second Temple period or so. And that's really like 1 in 32 people who identify as Jews. It's really a small percentage of them.
Rabbis and Gentiles are going
I mean, if you really want to get into it, it's political. But if you are really being honest, if you're really really being honest, and can we agree on this? No one really knows. We're all agnostic. No one really knows anything.
there is a mind that creates
You don't know that. You don't know that. You can't prove that. You can't prove that. You're lying to yourself.
I can't prove it.
Okay, I'm saying you can't know anything. That can be your opinion, and that's a great opinion, but you can't really know it.
That's objective reality. Everything else. And that's why the Bible is based on
No,
that's what real Judaism is.
then why aren't you stoning homosexuals? Answer my question. Then why aren't you stoning homosexuals? It says in Leviticus, if a man lays with a man.
That doesn't mean that means throwing the book.
Okay, so this is just according to your mindset, and that's not how Judaism operates. Okay. It literally says that they should be stoned. It literally says it cannot be clear. It's one of the clearest parts of the Bible. You just said it's infallible. You just said it's infallible. According to your opinion. I stand by what I said. You can't really know anything. If you're really being honest, you don't know anything. It's taken quite literally. Okay, I'm here and I'm listening, but I have to adjust my other devices. So I'll be right over here. I'll be right. I mean, I'm here. I'm listening. No, no, no. Well, then Go tell that to your local. Let's try on something easier. Oh, it certainly is. Okay, what color is the sky? Why, why aren't you answering my question? I asked you I asked you a very easy question and you didn't answer. You just went on your own thing. What color is the sky? What color is the sky? Exactly. It appears to you to be blue. It, it's up to subjective interpretation, right? To a dog, it could be a different color. To a deer, it could be a different color. To a lion, it could be a different color. Are we in agreement? Apologies. I know. I know it happened. Uh, so it's a subjective interpretation.